tires for leaks. Trailer reservoir taking this long to build back up tells me there's air being leaked out in the trailer somewhere. Hey, what's up, Eric? Which feed? Where? What? Was it when I was at Flying Sea Ranch? Because the first feed from yesterday, when I'd stopped for my 30-minute break in Flying Sea Ranch, my phone got too hot and shut off the feed on its own. I'm guessing that's what the problem was you had. Then I restarted later when I got to Jamestown for fuel. Yeah, was I parked parked facing right at the freeway when you were, or no, it just wouldn't even load at all, right? So if you're talking about the Allen Reed to the Holbrook feed, yeah, that's probably what happened. Phone got too hot when I was on my 30 and locked it up. Just getting on the 40 now in Winslow. It's 26 degrees local. Plenty of trucks already on the road. But this guy passed me, another one getting ready to pass. And I see at least 3 or 4 more other trucks back there. These people are off to an early start, it seems. What's happening? What is that? Seatbelt warning. Interesting. Huh. That jackass. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, I should have turned the display off because I was in the back taking a nap, and then I was just when I had my alarm set for like 20, 25 or so minutes after I started, and yeah, oops. Yeah. Yeah, I could have actually made it all the way to Williams if I really wanted to, but I wasn't gonna drive into an hour where I'm gonna have trouble finding a place to park. So I said, to hell with it. I'm gonna stop where I was at, and I already I did 619 miles yesterday. It's pretty good. And Winslow, I mean, if I'd have gone all the way to Williams, that would have put me at like 710. So yeah, it would have been a really good day if I'd gone there. Uh, I'm forgetting. Now you're going to the oddball one at HEB, you said, right? The one that's like a few miles down the road from the ones we normally go to. Yeah, that should be interesting. Uh, yeah, I'm not familiar with any of the drops that are on my load. Three, three deliveries, and I've never been to any of them. It should be interesting. Why is that? Huh? I doubt it. I mean, it's barely 6 o'clock there, so and I think today's winter solstice, so today's the shortest day of the year. Yeah, it's only it's only 10 hours of sunlight there. Correct. Why? It is the 23rd in some countries, just not this one. Thought you said they were going to have you drop it in Seguin. Hmm. Really? No, they won't fire a driver over that. That tells me there's something that whoever that driver is probably more to it that the driver's not telling. That there's always more to the story. The driver you know, or uh, how how'd you find out about that? Through the grapevine? A friend of a friend of a friend? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna call bullshit on that one. Dropping a trailer at the yard. Yeah, okay. It was, and that wasn't in Sepulpa, was it? Yeah, and then if it was in Sepulpa, they usually always have empty trailers there anyway. And the planner actually, I was still hooked to my trailer when I was there the other night. The same trailer I delivered in Paul's Valley, I was still under it. I never sent a macro 14 or anything. And when I got my load assignment for this load, they actually told me to use such and such trailer. I'm like, why the hell would I drop the trailer I already have that I'm already under and never send a macro 14 for and go grab some other trailer? That didn't make any sense. So I think they just assumed that I had dropped my trailer or something. So she, yeah, so she asked me what trailer I had with me, and I go, oh, it's a 7363, and I had that trailer for over 3 weeks. I picked it up on November 29 in what is it, Waterloo or wherever it was, and I just I didn't finally lose it, I guess I could say, until I got to Rogers to pick this load up. What's this here? Got a truck jackknifed in the median right here in front of me. It's a reefer truck. I can't tell who it is though. No, it looks like some smaller independent kind of company. I couldn't figure it out. It was a gray Freightliner with some logo on it I didn't recognize. Yeah, if you look at the feed, you'll probably see it. I'll just submit. Let's see what part we're at on the feed it is. So, the phone call thing's in the way. I knew something was going on here with all the different vehicles with flashy lights on them. Okay, I'm at about 19, about 19 minutes into the feed. Yeah, that's right. There's maybe a lot of trucks on the road right now. Stopped. Eastbound. You're gonna have a truck jackknifed into median about the 240. All right. Which one? Oh, on that too. I would usually expect that because a lot of people are doing their 30-minute breaks around that 2 to 3 o'clock period. Most all truck stops I see get kind of like that. And but even Navajo Travel Plaza, when I went through there, what time was it? Like 5 or a little after 5 or whatever it was. Wasn't. I mean, there was a pretty good number of trucks already in the lot there. And, I mean, there were, quite several open spots still available. But yeah, I could tell it was like, damn, it's 5 o'clock and there's that many trucks already parked. And then yeah, Winslow, I couldn't tell where the back, how full the back-to-back spots and all that were, but I could see that there were like a small handful of spots available on in the back row. All right, Lisa, we'll see. Thanks for checking in. I will be on here for at least probably a good 7.5 hours, so or somewhere in that ballpark. All right, passing by the rest area in between Winslow and Flagstaff now. Right shoulder traffic up here. So where are you at now? I'm trying to remember. There's a pilot in Von Ormy. Is that newer or something? I don't remember that one. Really? Okay. Yeah, for some reason I don't remember ever seeing that one. Because the Loves is what, exit 142? Well, yeah, there are two Loves. There's one at 142, I think, and then there's the one at 127. I've been to them both. I know. I know there are two of them there. There's one in Von Ormy, and there's another one in what's that other town down there that you were in? Yeah, Natalia. No, that one's been there when that was there when I was with CR England because I used to stop. Yeah, I used to stop at that one. And there, the one at 142 is like just like an exit or two south of where 410 meets up with 35. Yeah, that one down in Natalia though, that's been there. I don't know for how long, but it's been there at least 3 years. Or I would say four because the very first time I ever went to Laredo, it was there. It's kind of like me not noticing the pilot in Von Ormy. it's, it's like maybe it's been there. I just had blinders on and never noticed it or something. Damn it, you piece of shit truck! This guy lollygagging, so I go to pass him, and then he decides to speed up. And I was already dealing with the truck right in front of him, going like half a mile an hour slower than me. I was attempted to stop at the rest area back there. Just get that first guy away from me. God, why do these clowns do that? For me? Yeah, the one at the 142. Yesterday, frickin' guy, he was. I think he would be really good playing yo-yo because he couldn't make up his mind for anything what speed he was running. What's that? Oh, you talking about after the holiday? Yeah. And I guess for me, you never know. I might, because I'm close to a drop yard. And they could ask me to grab something out of a drop yard for all I know. But usually they have me actually pick up something from a shipper. Yeah, quite often it's Colton that I go. Is that my first several months with the company, I noticed that I did a lot more Leprino loads and stuff out of Central Cal. But and now I was regular. Uh, Oh, there's going to be a fair amount still going on here with freight this time. Ah, wanted to move over, but this truck was gaining on me way too fast. And he had moved. Yeah. I feel like that same guy who took off, sped up right when I was about to pass him. Even when I was doing 68 miles an hour, I feel like I'm gaining on him. So now let's see what happens when I get back up to 70. Yeah, go Eagles. I haven't looked if it's today or tomorrow, but yeah, they're playing the Cowboys. Yeah, and they're tied for the division lead. So, and put who in? I don't know. Eagles and Cowboys are tied for the NFC East lead. They're both 7-7, and correct. Yeah, and then I just noticed that the NFC playoff picture, the Eagles are the only team that is not, yeah, that is not locked in but can get in. So like basically the wild cards are already set. The divisions are already set except for NFC East, and it's just uh, now a neck and neck between the Cowboys and Eagles. Whoever whoever wins the division goes to the playoffs. Whoever loses is done for the season. Yeah, and the Eagles need to win this one though because they don't want to be in a tiebreak situation with the Cowboys because they already lost to the Cowboys by a field goal earlier this year, and then if they lose to the Cowboys again, and I can't remember how the tiebreak works for NFL. I want to say head to head. Head to head's like first though, and if they're 0-2 against the Cowboys head to head, then that's an automatic Cowboys win. So this one's an absolute must that they win. Because then because next week, even if the Cowboys were to lose and the Eagles were to win, if they were to tie, then you run into that same tiebreak problem. But then, at least if the Eagles win this week, and then might not matter what if they whether they win or lose next week. Oh, Oh boy, awkward silence. Awkward silence. I think I might go and put some voice aloud, like the chorus stuff on, see what kind of interesting shit is on there worth listening to. Man, how far? Yeah, you're gonna be a bit, right? Like 15, 20 minutes, whatever, to your customer. Oh, okay. So yeah, right in that ballpark. All right, cool. All right, well, I'll talk to you later. Well, this guy decided to speed back up now, so I can run my 70 and not worry about you for a little bit. The Twin Arrows Casino a minute ago.
You will never forget. Advocate AA. Science and Registered Nurses, Northern Virginia Community College, 1985. Answered August 2nd, 2019. Author has 530 answers and 160 points.
Yeah, I'm wondering what happened there. I'm wondering if the driver fell asleep and ended up there.
Because he was a hero. He answered a call of a 13-year-old girl hit by a car. Even though a major trauma hospital was a 5-minute drive, he had some kind of a hunch that her head injury deserved a life flight to our local children's hospital. That took guts. It was a big expense and use of much needed personnel. Her closed head injury was not showing many signs that it was a bad one. It can take a bit of time for those signs to show. Within the hour, the pediatric neurosurgeon at that children's hospital took out a grapefruit-sized bleed from her brain. I was working as an RN there and received her a while after the surgery. She was not expected to wait for hours, if ever, so the terrified parents went home to try and get some sleep. The anesthesia, if anything, was rendering her barely conscious. She was moving her arms and legs, a great sign. 5 minutes into my shift, while assessing her, she woke up, as in fully aware and awake. I got to call her terrified dad, a privilege I did not deserve. I will never forget her shaky, "Hi Dad." Long and short, she had no problems. That paramedic saved her life. 30.1k views. View 3.
Yeah, this was always a possibility they could have blown a steer tire or something like that too. But given the time of day, it's a highly prone time period for fatigue-related accidents. Yeah, and hopefully I just up and say it was definitely caused by fatigue, but highly likely. But yeah, steer tire blowout or some other mechanical problem could also have, I guess, caused it. I couldn't tell how long the truck got pushed sideways by the trailer. Be an engine problem though. Engine problem, you just lose power. Well, then again, I guess with an engine problem, you could lose power steering. Yeah, but even then, you're moving it there. loss of power steering, and it won't necessarily put you in a bad that kind of position. Seconds to get past this guy, so I'm going to wait for the truck and the four-wheeler behind me to go by first. And then there'll be a gap after this this semi driver here passing me now to use. Forward air freights. Forward air trucks are usually faster than me. I've seen sometimes where they run a little slower, but more often than not, they run faster than me. Trucks that are purple. I've seen a handful of them. Not like every truck in the company's green, but I mean purple. But yeah, I've actually seen more than more than a few. There's a lot of truck traffic out here right now for this time of day. I mean, it's barely 5:30 in the morning, and there are this many trucks that I'm constantly dealing with on the westbound side. It tells you there's a lot of freight moving toward California. Passed by another truck right now. Sea Line Incorporated. I'm not even really familiar with them. May have seen them before, but I don't recall. I'm not familiar with them though. Thinking the same thing. Yeah, because I know a number of people are probably doing home time loads, and then of course, plenty of other people who will be staying on the road during the holidays. Maybe some will be getting home a little late. 20, 30-year-old man would need a hearing aid. I don't picture you. You're definitely not someone in their like 70s or 80s, whatever. So were you born that way, or did you develop a hearing problem after at some point in time? Any idea what could have caused it? But in the car's gaining on me. I'm going to win though. Yeah, it's late. I don't care. Don't tell me this asshole speeds up. Now he's making an ass out of me with this. Developed the problem when you were a toddler then, okay. Was there, I assume there was some kind of medical condition for like what, something that caused it, or maybe an accident or something, I don't know. I mean, I can imagine there are different reasons for that. Fascinating situation because you don't run into too many. Damn it, this guy's. Don't run into too many 20, 30-year-old people with hearing problems. So do you know sign language at all then, or I mean, do you ever communicate with sign language, or are you just or do you always are you always able to communicate normally with as long as with your hearing aid? We'll see you, Eric. Have fun with that customer. What do we know? He's just moving over for the bumps. So you're an idiot. He could be a team truck trying to keep his team driver asleep too. Alright, get down into the 65 zone, so trying to leave the space in front of me open for him because I slowed down for the slower speed limit. And he's got another truck catching up to him now. It's like a Ryder rental truck, I think. Used to be a Ryder truck. It's like an independent. In Flagstaff. So roughly 3 more hours of Arizona and another 3 or so of California. Actually a little more than 3 in California. Degrees here right now. Let's see, that would be about -5 or so. Not quite -5 Celsius. 144 Fahrenheit, I believe. Do you guys ever get anything higher than like 50 or 60 degree weather there? Oh. Because you guys are notorious for your chilly, overcast weather. And rain too, right? Morning, Charlie. Every time I'd ever been through England, it was always a little chilly and cloudy. And with you guys having so much water, not too far away, and imagine you get a lot of rain and stuff there. A little bit rough, so I'm gonna have to check whatever that was you said later, Lisa. The longer one. Actually, hard to look at anything right now with the bumps, so just pick and choose little spots, whatever. Probably until then I may wait till I stop to see what all you guys said. That was back there, turned on I-17 going down toward Phoenix. Now we get some downhill runs.
Article 2 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What have you heard accidentally after someone thought their phone call with you was over? Mark Kissenweather, custom designer and fabricator, 1984 present. Answered December 5, 2019. Author has 1.2k answers and 1.2 meters answer views. What have you heard accidentally after someone thought their phone call with you was over? Several times, but some of the best were. I started dating a girl from work while in high school and really thought she was special. She said all the right things and had the actions to match. Because of the mileage between where we lived and my schedule at the store and my own business, we only got to go on dates once every 10 days but talked at least 3 times a week on the phone. During some of the previous calls and when I was invited to her house for one date, she mentioned about me doing some repairs and painting on their house. No biggie, I was doing that stuff as a business already and thought it would be a good way to get to spend more time with her and let her parents see that I wasn't a schlepper. One night the phone call ended, but she didn't hang the phone up completely or the hook switch stuck. This was back in the wall phone days, but I was able to clearly hear her mother ask in a nasty tone, "You talking to that boy again, Missy?" To which my date with Jimmy. Days later she was working at the store when I came in to start my shift in a different department. She smiled and waved as usual and all I said as I walked by her register was, "I ain't your fool no more." She never even tried to talk to me after that. I was plant engineer in a I was rebuilding a gearbox while on the phone and being covered in oil while having both hands tied up holding parts in place for the reassembly. I couldn't hang the phone handset up, which was jammed between my ear and shoulder. The guy the first was talking to must have, though he hit the line button to release the call, but it stayed connected. He yelled, "Hey Dave. You know that piece of crap ABC machine we haven't been able to sell? Well, I just sold it to those clowns over at XYZ Manufacturing because by the time those idiots figure out it's no good, it'll be too late for them to do anything about it." Well, hearing that, I made the arrangements for them to deliver the machine cod, which was 3 tractor trailer loads and a 3-hour drive from their yard. Of course I happily agreed to the extra charge for cod too. When the trucks pulled in, I had them wait around for almost 2 hours telling them the boss went to the bank to get the cash. After the lead driver got antsy about it and asked to use the phone to call his boss, I told him to just turn around and go home because we no longer want the piece of crap machine because the idiots don't work here any longer. He didn't understand, so I repeated it for him to tell his boss when he returned. Nope, never bought anything from them again. Female customer called to make arrangements to have me remove the existing and install a new boiler plus many extras required to improve the hydronic heating system in their home. Again, my hands were busy and I couldn't put the phone down when the lady said goodbye. I heard her say to her husband, that was KW. He's going to install the boiler next week. Husband, but we don't have the money to pay for it. Wife, I know. I'm going to give him a check then put a stop payment on it as soon as he leaves. If he tried to take us to the magistrate, we'll just get Tony blank, another contractor I used to help out, to say that it's no good and has to be replaced. It's not going to cost us anything. Well, she was right. It didn't cost them anything because I never showed up, and when she called to find out why, I just said, I don't deal with thieves, and next time you see Tony blank, let him know he won't be getting any more work from me either. Mark. 10.9k views. View 726 upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Mark Kessenweather. Custom designer and fabricator 1984 present. Studied at International Correspondence Schule, graduated 1994. Lives in Webster, Florida 2005 present. 1.2 meters content views 119.3k this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 3 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is something your neighbor did that you couldn't believe? Alex Henson, Navy nuke at United States Navy, 2011 present. Answered July 29, 2019, upvoted by Sarang Rout, business analyst at Extentia, Mobile Cloud and Design, 2017 present, and Elaine Green, photographer, nurse, music teacher, mom to an active toddler. Author has 115 answers and 294.8k answer views. Originally answered, what is something that your neighbor did that you couldn't believe? Just before last Christmas, I was hit by a car and broke my pelvis and leg. I was 7 months pregnant at the time. I didn't really know my neighbors that well, but I had spoken to them a couple times and thought they were nice enough. 2 months of barely being able to do anything went by, and finally I delivered my son by C-section. The day after I brought him home, we were hit by an intense blizzard. I think it dropped 1.5 feet before dark. We didn't have anywhere to go, and I was snuggled up with my lovely baby, so we didn't bother to shovel the driveway. As we were cleaning up after dinner, we heard a weird crunching noise outside. They were shoveling our driveway. They didn't have a snowblower, it was freezing grass monkeys out, and they'd already spent a good amount of time shoveling their own driveways. But my neighbors on both sides teamed up and shoveled us out because they wanted us to be able to get out if we needed to. They shoveled a couple times each over the course of the week. I never asked, but they did it anyway. I couldn't believe that they would go out of their ways to help me like that, especially since I barely knew them. We brought them cookies to say thank you. 120.1k views. View 17k upvoters. View sharers.
That's one reason I don't like living in snowy areas. I don't want to have to shovel my way or snow go my way just to get out of my own damn driveway.
294.8k content views, 11.9k this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 4 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What sad seeming picture is actually happy? J. Carter, image buff. Answered November 15, 2019, upvoted by Michelle Collard Stone, behavioral psychologist, PhD, and Valeria Lucinelli, MS sculpture and fine art, China Central.
Hey Carl, are you still doing this streaming on YouTube? Because I don't have a Twitch account.
Falsely accused of rape and spent almost 6 years in prison and 5 years on parole. Before that, he had a big future ahead of him. He was a high school football star at Polytechnic High School in Long Beach, California. In 2002, when Brian was 16, his classmate Winetta Gibson falsely accused him into a stairway and raping her. Because he was facing a possible 41 years to life sentence, he accepted a plea bargain that included 5 years in prison, 5 years of probation, and registering as a sex offender.
Yeah, it'd be great, because I don't have Twitch. About the 19-minute mark on this stream, I passed a truck that was jackknifed into the median. They had lights shining on it, so you probably got a pretty decent view of it. I'm not sure how great the view was for you guys, but it was a pretty clear shot for me, even if it being dark. Yolanda, Twitter and Twitch are two different things. I have a Twitter account, but Carl streams on Twitch, which is another. It's more about gaming than like streaming your like live gaming kind of stuff or other kind of videos. Basically, another form of YouTube.
Because he was facing a possible 41 years to life sentence, he accepted a plea bargain that included 5 years in prison, 5 years of probation, and registering as a sex offender. Winetta Gibson and her mother sued the Long Beach Unified School District, claiming the school campus was not a safe environment, and they won a $1.5 million settlement. Brian went on to spend close to 6 years in prison. In 2011, Winetta contacted him on Facebook and asked to meet up just to catch up. Brian saw a window of opportunity and took it. He hired a private investigator and met up with Winetta. In their meeting, Winetta confessed she made up the story just to sue the school for money, but that she wasn't going to tell prosecutors that she had lied because she did not want to return the money she had won in court. Unbeknownst to her, Brian had recorded her entire confession on a hidden camera. She basically confessed that they did not have sex and that she didn't want to return the money. Screenshot missed in 2012. He was also released from sex offender status, allowing him to play football again.
Wow, Well,
Now
that's
to the
messed
picture.
up.
At first, it may seem like a sad picture. A man is crying in court,
That's infuriating
but
to
it's
me.
actually a very happy moment for Brian. This picture was taken in 2012 when the prosecutor moved to have the case dismissed. Brian broke down in tears. Can't imagine how Brian must felt in that moment. His whole life changed. He spent over 5 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, became a registered sex offender, and lost his chance to become a young star athlete, all because of a woman's greed for money. But finally justice had been served. As for Winetta Gibson, the Long Beach Unified School District sued her for $2 million in an effort to recoup the $1.5 million she received. During the suit, Winetta went into hiding and did not appear at any court dates. Months after Brian's exoneration, he signed a deal to play for Atlanta Falcons. He also had a movie based on his story. It's been a long road. It's been a lot of hard work. It is 10 years missing in my football career, he said, but there has been a lot of work put into making up for it. Sources: Brian Banks, American Football, Wikipedia. Exonerated Brian Banks signs with Atlanta Falcons. Edit. Question from Brajesh Das. Isn't it true that taped conversations cannot be admitted in court as evidence? Well, yes. But here's something. Source: Brian Banks, American Football, Wikipedia. The video evidence was not admissible in court because the video had been made without Gibson's knowledge or consent and was not accompanied by a signed confession from the young woman. However, CIP was instrumental in putting together additional evidence supporting Banks' story, which led the district attorney to dismiss all charges against him on May 24, 2012. California Innocence Project, CIP, is a nonprofit law school clinic run by the San Diego-based California Western School of Law that investigates and litigates cases of actual innocence. That is all. Thanks. 187.1k views. View 8.1k upvoters.
That's messed up. Sorry, that fucking bitch is a fucking cunt. Pardon my language, but people like that are scum of the earth. Some machinies are fucking ass kicked bad. Who the hell does she think she is, ruining someone's life like that? People have no integrity or no morals anymore, do they? That actually boils my blood, knowing that people like that even exist. Brian Banks. The name sounds familiar, too. I'll read more up on him. I don't get a chance to pay too much attention to sports like I used to. I do pay some attention, but not as much as I used to. But I know I've heard that name before. Well, I don't like saying that either, but sorry, there's a special place for that freaking bitch. You're freaking green, and all you care about is, leeching off someone else. God help any woman who ever tries to pull that crap on me, because it won't end well, I'll tell you that. It won't end well for either one of us. Thank God I got a really good woman in my life. I don't have to worry about that kind of thing with. idea and they think it's okay to do it. Just like racism. Racism a lot of time, most often is a product of idiotic parents and their stupid ideas, stupid mentality, teaching it to their kids, or of course kids are learning it from their peers at school. And of course the peers at school probably getting taught by their dumbass parents. East of Williams, Arizona now. About 5 miles away. I'm gonna mute you guys, Scotty chat. Because it keeps popping up and I'm like, get out of the way.
Article 5 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What did you do when an aggressive driver got out of their car and wanted to fight?
Can't really look at the chat stuff.
Rick Stelter, owner, 1992 present. Answered December 9, 2019. Author has 253 answers and 28.2k answer views. I was returning from a wilderness camping trip. I was energized and at peace with the world, driving down a winding mountain road, no guardrails, when this big pickup comes screaming up on my bumper. He starts honking his horn and flashing his lights. Mind you, I am driving between 5 and 10 over the speed limit, so I continue for a mile or so. When the road becomes a series of switchbacks, and 20 miles an hour is posted and mandatory, he pulls up on my bumper and hits me. I slow down and he pulls around me and does a country slide and blocks the road. I sit and wait as he leaps down out of his lifted penis enhancer and comes running up to my car window screaming that he is going to murder me. I calmly rolled down my window and let him get a whiff of my calming bear spray, the big can, all of it. Then I calmly drive slowly past his truck and his open driver's door contacted the front of my 1994 Jeep and was folded all the way forward as I passed his truck. I continued on and enjoyed the beautiful day. 17.9k views. View 1.4k upvoters. About the author.
OC spray, I need to get some of that sometime. Now, I know how to defend myself, but at the same time, why take that risk? Never know what the other person knows or is capable of, and OC spray is a good way to stop an aggressive person.
View 43 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy, terms, contact. Open an app. Article 6 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Do cops find it funny when they are driving and everyone around them slows down substantially? I can understand not wanting to speed when a cop is next to you, but people seem to go unnecessarily slow when they are around. Mark Bell. Answered August 27, 2019. Upvoted by Michelle Collard Stone, behavioral psychologist, PhD, author has 590 me. You shared. At AT&T Company, 1994-2019. AAS Electronics Engineering Technology, Sinclair Community College. Lives in Ohio, 1981 present. 800.4k content views, 56.9k this month. In other languages.
Seatbelt, Garland you can wear.
Vertido cuando conducen y todos los que los rodean disminuyen considerablemente. Puedo entender que no quiero acelerar.
Okay, well, Garland Prairie Road, I guess that's what the Garland... I wasn't making any sense. What the hell does Garland have to do with it?
View 17 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy, terms, contact. Open an app. Article 7 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Are there any significant perks of flying large aircraft in the U.S. military such as the C-17, KC-135, B-52, C-130 Overfighters?
Oh yeah.
Stacy Tidwell. Updated
Definitely.
December 5, 2019. Upvoted by Doug Hanchard, aviator with 7,000 plus hours, corporal, ATPL Pitts S1 to DC-8s and B707s. And Rob Stewart, former SMS GT-E8 at U.S. Air Force, 1978-1999. Author has 812 answers and 3.4 meters answer views. I was the only pilot in my UPT class to request a KC-135 as my first choice. My second choice was the EC-135 Looking Glass. My third choice, KC-135Q for the SR-71. All these aircraft belong to the Strategic Air Command, SAC.
This guy got in before
My flight
I did.
commander, F4, F-16, was a terrific pilot from the Tactical Air Command, TAC. He was also a great leader. Given my class standing, he chastised me for lack of ambition and not maximizing my potential. I said, "Sir, I admire you. You've always been a straight shooter. But I still want a KC-135. He looked down, shook his head, and muttered something. It sounded like retarded. 3 weeks earlier, my instructor pilot, IP, and I had an identical conversation. I am from the deep south and he was from Maine. We really liked each other, probably because I could not understand half of what he said. Every Sunday, he ate steamas. No one in my flight could translate. If you look up Yankee in the dictionary, you will probably find his picture. My IP hooked failed me on a 4-ship formation ride. He said my tactical maneuvers were not aggressive enough. I said, "Sir, I do not think that's fair." He immediately jumped to his feet. He bellowed at me in front of 36 instructors and students. "Faya! Faya! This is the United States Air Force. There is no Faya. Military pilots are not afraid of dying. They are afraid of screwing up." On our very first KC-135 mission without instructors, the fuel coupling broke. The boom operator found fuel pooling inside the boom pod. This is an uncommon emergency, but I was not concerned. We headed back toward base. While I judged this a straightforward emergency, the navigator and boom operator got the jitters. I assured them everything would be fine. Pilots are trained to handle multiple and compound emergencies. I asked my boom operator for another status report. He sprinted back to the cockpit with saucer eyes. Pilot. Pilot. It's bubbling like a fucking jacuzzi back there. That still makes me laugh today. Civilian life is boring compared to the military. My father flew in the 456th Bomb Group during World War II. He was highly decorated and retired after 27 years, mostly in SAC. I was born overseas on a U.S. military base. Growing up stateside, all my friends had long hair and wild clothes. My brothers and I had crew cuts and shine boots. Throughout my career, Dad gave me pointers. These proved invaluable. He told me, "Work the system or the system works you." After training, my crew and I volunteered for every overseas task force. Hawaii, Europe, Alaska, Wake, Guam, and Pacific Islands. Unlike C-5, C-17, and C-130 cruise tankers tend to stay in one place for 6 to 8 weeks. That meant lots of flying from 0400 to 1400. Then, sandy beaches and sightseeing in the afternoon. SAC had the ACE program, Accelerated Co-Pilot Enrichment. As copilots, we would fly tankers during the week and small jets T-37 or T-38 on the weekends. CINCSAC designed the program to increase combat crew training. SAC saved huge amounts of money by upgrading our skills on small jets rather than the multi-engine KC-135, EC-135, KC-10, B-52, and B-1. We respected the brass and their focus on national security. But as young copilots, we had a different focus: warm locales and single women. Our favorite destinations were NOS Key West and Nellis AFB, Las Vegas. On occasion, it was minus 20 degrees at home base. When there was blowing snow, we became very motivated to do extra flight training on the weekend. In the T-38, you could skyhook it. That's where you would zoom up, cruise well above other aircraft, and then zoom down. It might be minus 20 degrees in Minot, Grand Forks, and Loring. But it was always 80 degrees in Margaritaville. After one exceptional weekend, it was my buddy's turn to do the pre-flight. He failed to notice a broken latch on the cargo compartment. On climb-out, he pulled some cheese. Those G-forces opened a crevice in the rubber seal for about 2 seconds. His empty gym bag was sucked out. It floated to earth like a leaf.
Oops.
We were over at Kmart. The bag fell directly at the feet of a man waiting for his wife.
Whoa.
As it turned out, he was a retired Air Force colonel.
Uh-oh.
What are the chances? By the time we landed, the deputy commander for operations had already summoned us by name. My buddy's data break made him 3 days senior to me. He was also pilot in command and at the controls. He said simply, "I have no excuse, sir. I take full personal responsibility." Junior officers are trained to never make excuses. Still, I appreciated his nobility. I was dismissed. Military justice is not swift, it is instantaneous. The due is judge, jury, and executioner. There is no appeal. Day after day, my buddy memorized regulations. He wore dress blues and studied diligently from 0700 to 1730. I would visit him each day in the wing headquarters building. The dude was a bona fide war hero who spent 6 years as a Briton at WACs TDY England and Germany. Supporting Red Flag TDY Las Vegas. Supporting Provide Comfort TDY Turkey. Supporting Air Force One and Special Air Missions TDY Azores. The space program produced many plum assignments. Castle, museum, and pub inside the CONUS. My crew would volunteer for any mission to avoid alert at our home base. We once deployed to Eielson AFB, Alaska in January, and were delighted to be there. The briefer made us chuckle, "Don't worry about extra MREs. If you crash land past the North Pole, you will be popsicles by the time we reach you." Tu-95s often tested U.S. defenses. The Bear has plexiglass bubbles from which observers film U.S. aircraft. Russian photographers seem to have poorly extend their middle finger. 2 of 3. Volunteer for every Harry mission launching at 0100. Top secret sorties meant you were detailed to other headquarters. Upon going dark, Mother Sack in Omaha relinquished day-to-day control. At least for a while. Plus, difficult missions keep you sharp. As my young co-pilot said, extra frosty. Special operations capabilities have been greatly expanded in recent years. Dark world of air refuelers and special ops. 3 of 3. Bribe all the colonel's secretaries with gifts upon our return to the CONUS. They especially liked Belgian chocolate, French perfume, and Spanish black soap. At home base, we were occasionally placed on cockpit alert. When enemy submarines moved close to U.S. shores, tanker and bomber crews might spend hours in their cockpits. Our intelligence people were constantly calculating safe separation time, number of minutes for enemy missiles to reach our base. I devised an initiation for new lieutenants. I would hand them a large rectangle of tinfoil. They were then instructed to stand 73.5 paces in front of the aircraft so we could tune the radar. After standing in deep snow drifts, these fresh-faced newbies would suddenly get a look of recognition. That's the moment they realized there was no power on any alert aircraft until after engine start. There was one new guy who never caught on. I finally told him the radar was now fully tuned. We invited him back to the cockpit for coffee, poker, and bad jokes. Alert was monotonous. Spain, Turkey, and Hawaii were different. When we deployed, other crews assumed sub-duty. After long periods of alert, the bad guys were communist squids. We loudly questioned their intelligence, parentage, and love of furry animals. I quickly accumulated 40% more flight hours than my peers. That led to my early upgrade. My crew would volunteer for any mission. We carried a wide variety of passengers. Army troops. Local mayor and city council to March AFB, California. Off B, Nebraska. Scouts and military cadets on training sorties. Special forces. News media on orientation flights. Junior officers to AFMPC at Grand. Marines to Iwakuni, Japan. Some were HHQ taskings and others were space available. Space means anyone with credentials can hitch a ride. We had the most fun with a group of Miss Universe contestants. Public affairs arranged for them to fly on a regular training sortie, with television media present at takeoff. My them were wearing comm and weather patches, not maintenance. These instant crew chiefs could not distinguish hydraulic fluid from holy water, but they did their best to look busy. Public Affairs delivered the ladies precisely on time. These lookers dressed like they were going to La Boheme in a 5-star restaurant. Our selfless crew chiefs helped each contestant find her seat aboard the jet. The KC-135 had a special system for celestial navigation. During cell nav, the navigator could change the jet's heading and direction from his console. This console was 5 feet behind the pilots. Evil nations broadcast fake navigational signals to U.S. military aircraft. Their goal is to lure you into their airspace and kill you. They want the wreckage to fall in their territory so they can claim you were spying. Navigating by the stars, like Magellan, obviates the need for navigation signals. When airborne, we had a trick we played on Cub Scouts. My crew decided to try it on the Miss Universe contestants. My boom operator brought them up to the cockpit in small groups. I then told them, U.S. technology is so advanced, I can now control this jet using nothing but my voice. The co-pilot and I would hold our hands up in the air. We both stared at the magnetic compass. Then, I would say in my best Swami voice, aircraft, obey my commands. Turn left 20 degrees. Standard rate turn. Execute. The navigator, sitting at his station behind the ladies, would very slowly roll the aircraft into a banked left turn. Aircraft. I said 20 degrees. Pay attention when I talk to you. Now turn right 20 degrees. And make it snappy. The navigator quickly rolled the jet right. Some of the beauties were shocked by this advanced American technology. Their jaws dropped 10% of the time, about the same as Cub Scouts. A few stared at the magnetic compass. Maybe they expected the aircraft to argue with me. After a while, my co-pilot was laughing so hard he had to don his oxygen mask. Not everyone was impressed. This German knockout gave me the evil eye. Maybe she heard about my father in World War II. My buddies carried Mario Andretti on a worldwide USO tour. Sometimes, they would drop off the MWR people, go fly a combat crew mission, then return to pick up the civilians. That was an unusual deployment. 50% fun and 50% war zone. Mr. Andretti is a true American patriot. The KC-135 is a force multiplier. Tankers are high-value targets to our enemies. We had some close calls, especially in these red orbits. When orbiting, we could be locked up by SAM missiles or MiG fighters. This is a bad neighborhood for an unarmed tanker. On one sortie, the bad guys went way too far. We had F-16s on the wing and A-10s in trail. They were happy to solve our problem. We volunteered for Desert Shield, Desert Storm, and provide comfort. In December 1990, we received sacks of mail, cards, and candy from schoolchildren across the USA. I was flight commander for a 6th ship. My crews missed their families. We were a long way from home, both literally and figuratively. Those Christmas cards boosted morale more than well-wishers ever knew. The Gulf War kept us busy. Several times, we had 96 fighters on the wing, refueling, in trail, or closing fast. On those missions, the co-pilot does all the flying. The flight commander directs the aerial ballet while coordinating with AWACs and Joint Stars. Time on target governs every decision. The Air Force executes with extraordinary precision, usually to the second. The civilian world is different. We often supported spy missions, reconnaissance, against Russia, China, and North Korea. But true secret squirrel sorties were rare. One stood out. While we were deployed overseas to a remote island, the Provisional Wing Commander, 06, approached me directly. He had extensive knowledge of my personal background. This entire interaction was unusual. The chain of command is normally used to task crew dogs. He handed me a red top-secret bag containing flight plans, recall codes, and other documents. The red bag got my attention. If any aircrew lost control of a SAC red bag for even a few minutes, codes had to be changed all around the world. He said, "You will fly this mission. Not one word to anyone. This will be a no-comm sortie. Passively monitor HF on channel blank. You will be given clearance for takeoff with light signals from the tower. Declare Marsa as soon as you are airborne, and then kill your IFF transponder. No position reporting. No radar. No beacon. No HAP quick. No emissions. No, nothing.
Huh.
Your crew members all have top secret side clearances. But do not fully brief your crew until airborne. After landing, return the red bag to me in the command post. I will personally debrief all of you together. This colonel definitely had my attention. Long story short. Over very dark ocean at 0300, we refueled a craft completely unknown to us. This receiver was not in the inventory. Not even whispered. He got his fuel and then showed off his amazing machine. Just for us. The Air Force has technology beyond Buck Rogers. My aircrew was constantly applauded for being fast burners and forward in the straps. We even got our picture in the paper. On the other hand, the brass never knew about the golf clubs we carried all around the world. One of the highlights of my career was taking my father on a mission just before he died. You cannot do that in a fighter. This was a sensitive HHQ mission, not a training sortie. I had to get special approval from the DO and wing commander even though my dad retired from SAC. I needed someone to grease his paperwork through the system. Remember all those gifts for secretaries? Bingo. My father joined the Air Corps before Pearl Harbor. His family was so poor during the Depression, the military was like a vacation. He could tell hair-raising stories about his combat missions in World War II and Korea. But he preferred to tell the funny ones. Every Christmas, we had the same routine. He would wait until the whole family was assembled. We were shot at constantly, a lot more than you guys. I always gave the same reply. Are you sure that wasn't pilot error? And tell us again about walking 5 miles to school. Uphill both ways. I was aircraft commander on his last mission. He had the time of his life. Conclusion. Soldiers, sailors, Marines, all say the USAF is a corporation. Funny, but not true. The Air Force is more like a Swiss watch. A precise machine. On YouTube, civilians watch videos of surgical airstrikes made by a single aircraft. But the public has never seen a package. And probably never will. When ordered, the U.S. Air Force assembles a vast aerial armada. It envelops the sky. If required, this package will vaporize everything in its path. Airmen like to enjoy themselves and have fun. But defending the country is always the highest priority. My crew served through wars, invasions, special missions, and more deployments than I can remember. A friend asked if I suffered any post-traumatic stress disorder (PTSD). Not even close. I enjoyed every minute of my Air Force career. My dad felt the same way. The military is a brotherhood. It changes you forever. 105.1K views. View 2.6.
Alright. Yeah, now I used to work on KC-135s myself. Some of the terminology there I get, okay, he talked earlier about the DO, or the voice reader said do, but it's actually a DO. And what it is a director of operations. It's usually like a lieutenant colonel with the flying squadron. Yeah, they handle that kind of thing. Then, so you had some other terminology there, like IFF. You know, like that secret squirrel mission that he was doing. IFF is identify a friend or foe. It's basically a transponder that, military, foreign and domestic militaries, whatever, can use to identify whether something in the air is a friend or unknown. Then you also said something about no half-quick. So half-quick is an encryption system. What they do is I think there's like 6 different frequencies that they transmit on. So you can be having a normal conversation like we are right now, and what happens is, with half-quick is you're transmitting on a radio. And when you have half-quick enabled, what it does, it only puts like, I forget how long. It should be like half a second or a second, whatever. It'll do 1 second on one frequency, and then the next second it's on a different frequency, and so on. And basically, it jumps at a regular interval to a different frequency, and once it completes the cycle, it comes back to the first frequency. So that way, if you only know one of the frequencies that they're transmitting on, then you only get a small fraction of the actual conversations, and you usually can't get much of anything useful out of it. Now KC-135 deployments usually, because like I went to Turkey. So now, the reason why KC-135s are so valuable to missions is because fighter jets don't have much of a range on them. They can usually only fly maybe a couple hours, if that, before they have to land again. So, so the fighter jets can actually take off and then get refueled by us while they're already in flight. And it actually increases their loiter time, not to mention if the 135 is just outside the combat zone. Say if the fighter jet's in the combat zone doing patrols or whatever, or whatever their mission is, and they need more loiter time, but they don't have enough fuel for it, they can leave the combat zone just long enough to get fuel and then go right back in, and they don't have to go all the way back to home state or whatever their forward base is. And on top of that, they have more fuel, like they have a fuller load of fuel once they're already in the combat zone, so they can loiter in the combat zone for a lot longer too. Let's see, what are some of the other things there? Yeah, it was kind of a long story. I probably should have paused at some spots where I could have put some little asides in there to help put some context into things. Now with his buddy having that broken latch or whatever on the cargo compartment, the cargo door or whatever, yeah, that's a pretty bad one. And that cargo door always leaks anyway, even when it is properly latched. It's a really big source of pressure leaks. I've spent many occasions working on those cargo doors, trying to rig them right or change the seal on them, the pressure seal on them, to try to keep them from letting too much air escape from the interior to the exterior. Because what happens is the aircraft will have difficulty maintaining the pressure it's supposed to have inside. I'm not going to keep waiting for you. So when they're flying at like 40,000 feet, now they'll pressurize the aircraft so that because you can't fly at 40,000 feet without having supplemental oxygen. So what they do is they pressurize the aircraft, the inside of the airplane, so that it. Getting a little close to my side of your lane, are you? Pressurize the inside of the aircraft so that the atmospheric pressure inside the aircraft is down around like 8,000 feet. At an altitude where it's kind of elevated altitude, but I mean it's kind of like when you're in the mountains, but not enough where you need to have so you don't get hypoxic. Hypoxic means you get lack of oxygen to the brain. And the cargo door setup on the KC-135 is a little on the cheesy side anyway, with the way it's designed. How many latches were there? I want to say like 8 of them. Something like 8 latches, I forget. Might be 4, it's been a bit. moon thing, and when the door comes down, these half moons go around a cam, and then when you go to latch it, the half moon part of it rotates like 180 degrees, so that when there's pressure on the door, it basically pushes the latch part up against the cam. Yeah, one of the things we used to do when we're doing pressure checks, we might use toilet paper and put it on the doors. They put it all around the doors, and then wherever the pressure leak was, the toilet paper would actually go through the hole and go outside, get sucked out of the aircraft right there. Or not really sucked out, it get pushed out by because the higher pressure inside the airplane versus low pressure outside the aircraft, that causes of course, when there's a leak there, of course the pressure wants to go from the high pressure area to the low pressure area to equalize. So it gets pushed out, it doesn't necessarily get sucked out. I guess getting sucked out is kind of a figure of speech, because it's not technically accurate, but it explains well enough what's actually happening. We would usually do regular rotations with other KC-135 units when they go on deployment. So when I worked on these, just get any regular C-130 crew chief in our unit, we're augmenting our seeing, and for the most part the aircraft was the same, but a lot of little specialized odds and ends, whatever, that would make it, they wouldn't be familiar with the little more intricate details with the aircraft that would need to know. If you're wondering what the hell's an EC-130, basically it's a C-130 aircraft, four propeller engine aircraft. But it's a special mission that does electronic warfare kind of stuff. So mine, the one I worked on mostly was I worked on a couple different types of EC-130s, but the one I was primarily on was airborne command and control. So we would direct in airstrike. Our airplanes would direct in airstrikes on ground targets that are. They would usually have what's called a TAC-P, or Tactical Air Control Party. TAC-Ps would be ground-based units, who would be integrated with, say, Marine Corps or Army units on the ground. And then they would also tend to have TAC-Ps on the inside of our aircraft, too. They would communicate with each other, and basically they're liaisons between the ground combat troops and us. And then we'd have close air support unit aircraft all checked in with us, basically waiting for us to give them our battle staff, whatever, to give them missions to do. That one was called Airborne Command and Control Center, or ABCCC. So I spent just about the entirety of my 4-year active duty term with that unit. And I remember one time I flew into actually RAF Mildenhall when I was with that unit. And we had a chaff and flare installed on our aircraft because we had to be, that's when we get over to Italy, where I was always doing my deployments to, we always had to have chaff and flare for the missions there. And I remember those of you guys, now Lisa, you might know this, I don't know, but a lot of people don't know that there are a lot of aviation nuts or real big aviation fans in England. So a normal thing would be there's like a bird watching area over on one end of the base, near one of the ends of the runway, where you get all the aviation fans. They'd hang out there and watch airplanes come in and come and go to the airfield there. And they all got their scanners, and they're always listening to every aircraft on the way in or out, whatever, communicating with air traffic control there. Oh man, they knew a lot that was going on just by hearing what airplanes were coming in, and and of course they could hear where they're going to when they're talking to the clearance delivery guy on air traffic control. But yeah, I remember we apparently attracted a bunch of them once because they had heard that there was a C-130 with chaff and flare installed was coming in, and they wanted us on their hot cargo area or whatever. It's not like it's highly explosive stuff, but I guess they wanted us in a different area of their airfield than where other airplanes normally park, because we had the countermeasures installed. So yeah, we had quite a showing of people. And I was up in the cockpit when we landed, and I actually saw them all there. A whole bunch of them just getting video, pictures, whatever. Kind of fascinating, I guess. Shows I kind of hated doing them. Because when I was a crew chief, then I was the guy doing the static, what we call the static display. Where I'm there with the aircraft that I've worked on, whatever, and be there to kind of, as we call babysit the airplane, so the civilians don't do any damage to it. Also, they would be there to answer any questions or help out with stuff, whatever. And it would get kind of old, always having to explain like every 2 minutes it seemed to some other person the same exact thing. And on top of that, people don't have any concept of courtesies, like leave your trash in the trash cans. Leave trash all over the place. That's actually a dangerous thing for an airplane. So every time we'd have a air show, before that, when the air show's done, standard practice, the very next morning, everybody on base is doing a FOD walk, or basically FOD is foreign object debris or foreign object damage. We'd have to do a FOD walk from one end of the base to the other to get every last bit of trash or anything else off the airfield before the airplanes can all go taking off. Some of that trash, you can actually destroy an aircraft engine or even cause a crash if they get in flight and you find something in the wrong spot. in my specialty shop for 15 years, though, and usually did the crash recovery team on the air shows because we had the specialty shop I was in, we did crash recovery. So I'd usually be on duty during the air shows, just in case anything went wrong. Minutes to Bullhead City, 103, California State Line, 110. That would always have some pretty interesting air shows. So, like Edwards Air Force Base was always an interesting one to do because they have a lot of experimental aircraft that they can put on display there. You know, stuff that you just don't see. Like there's a 2-seat A-10 that's on the permanent static display there. It's the only one ever made. So when they have air shows there, they usually have that on display. Aircraft can actually go supersonic over there too, which you're not allowed to do in most areas of the U.S. I remember when I was a kid, my parents took my sister and I there to the air show at Edwards. I don't remember how old I was. Probably about 6 or 8, somewhere in that ballpark. I forget. But I remember we were walking back to our car from the flight line just to go eat some lunch that we had in the car, and then we were going to go back onto the flight line and watch more of the show. Well, on our way back to the car, I remember an F4 did a low, basically a low level right over us, really high speed. I mean, it went so fast I couldn't even hear it. It was just, I could see it. And then about a couple seconds later, all of a sudden I hear us. It scared the crap out of me. Flying Rock. That's what they called the F4. Well, F4 Phantom, but our nickname for it in aviation is the Flying Rock. Because it's a heavy sumbitch for what it is. It's a fighter jet, but it's heavy. And we just kind of jokingly say that it's just proof that if you put strong enough engines on it, you can make anything fly. Too long before we're going to have some buffering problems here because the terrain. Most of you guys know that routine already. 120-mile marker, just a hair west of Seligman right now, and about 60 miles or so from Kingman. Lots of ups and downs here in this section between Seligman and Kingman. Yeah, I think Eric's busy making his delivery right now. He's in San Antonio. there's a huge difference between the culture of a fighter aircraft crew chief versus a heavy aircraft crew chief. Fighter jets, on a typical day at home station, fighter jets might fly like 4 times in the same shift. It won't necessarily be the same pilot every time, but it may. But the airplanes only fly like maybe an hour and a half at a time, or somewhere around there. And then they'd come right back. Basically, they'd fly out, do their, maybe do an air refueling, go do a practice bomb run, or whatever they're doing. Air-to-air practice. And then they come right back. And then when the aircraft lands, it's go, 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 go. Really fast paced. The crew chief gets fuel on board, has to do a quick little, what's called a through flight inspection. Basically a quick turn inspection. Actually, there are different types of inspections there. It's one that's if it's less than 2 hours between flights, then they do one. If it's more than 2 hours, they do another. But they do basically a quick little inspection. And then another, either the same pilot takes off again, or someone else takes over the aircraft, whatever. But they do that like it's go, 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 go. The planes are never gone for that long, and it's really busy. It can be pretty busy once they're on the ground. On heavy aircraft, and also on fighter jets, they're a lot more. They're a lot more anal about the foreign object debris thing than we tend to be on heavies. Now we're anal no matter what, but it's not always as critical with debris on heavier aircraft, depending on where exactly or what exactly the debris is or where it's at. But on a typical local mission on a heavy jet, we might launch our aircraft in the morning, and it'll normally fly for at least a good 4 or 6 hours before it ever comes back. So we might launch the aircraft, and then once our aircraft is in the air, then we'll go help someone else work on their aircraft that's sitting on the ground, and then when our airplane's ready to land again, then we'll go catch it. And sometimes the plane won't even come back till the next shift comes on duty. It's a nice looking sunrise back there. It's too bad I'm facing the wrong way for it. So I can see in my rear view mirror there's some nice color tones back there, but might be able to get some shots here. Might be able to get some with my dash cam, but I don't know. See what it looks like when this car back here gets past me, so I don't have his light. No, I'm not in a good spot now. The terrain is blocking my view of it now. I got like a thin cloud cover here, or not 100% coverage, but pretty good amount. See that. See if I can get some. Yeah, I got some color going on there in the rear view now. You know what's cool is I don't even have to take my eye off the road. I can just glance at the display. Winter. It's not that areas are not getting snow this year. It's just I've not been in the areas when it's been happening. Someone's got no tail lights up there. Whatever it's that same truck pickup I saw earlier. East end of the Kingman area. More of the trucks in it.
Article 8 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most racist thing you've seen a police officer do in the USA? Claudette Smith, former mystery shopper, autodidactic polymath. Answered December 12, 2019. Author has 231 answers and 42.8k answer views. I am a white, middle-class American female. I got lost in Oakland, California, in 1987 and was pulled over by a black police officer. I was 9 months pregnant, and my purse with ID, proof of insurance, etc., was in the back seat. I have enormous respect for the law and for the officers of the law. I didn't know why he stopped me. I asked politely. Seems since I was lost, and traffic was heavy, I was driving somewhat erratically, nervous, city traffic makes me nervous, so he pulled me over. He may have been right, I really don't know. I do know I was nervous, lost in Oakland. Yes, nervous. I explained politely that I was on the way back to my sister's house after a prenatal doctor's visit, and that city traffic terrified me. I explained that my purse with all the stuff in it was in the back seat. I asked politely if I could get out and get my purse, as my advanced pregnancy prevented me from retrieving it while sitting in the driver's seat. With all the stuff in it was in the back seat. I asked politely if I could get out and get my purse, as my advanced pregnancy prevented me from retrieving it while sitting in the driver's seat. Refused. His language was abusive and foul. He said his wife was pregnant and had to take a bus to her doctor appointments. I then asked him if he would open the back door of my sedan and hand me my bag. He refused. I continued to be polite, but at that point, I was quite frightened of him. He was going on and on about white bitches and threatening to take me to jail. I just continued to call him sir and be polite. But I was more and more frightened. Finally, he stopped his tirade, whipped out the ticket book, and started writing me up. No proof of insurance, no driver's license, this, that, and the other. Hundreds of dollars worth of violations. He did not arrest me. He said he could. He threatened to arrest me. He told me he would love to throw me in the Oakland jail with a bunch of NXXXXX murderesses and felons who would straighten out my white ass. He gave me the ticket. He refused to give me directions on how to get out of the neighborhood I was lost in. I drove off and went on to my sister's house. As soon as I got there, I called Oakland and got the name and mailing addresses of the mayor, the chief of police, and the members of the city council. I wrote a long letter detailing exactly what happened, how frightened I was, how the office verbally abused me for being white. I mailed a copy of the letter, certified mail, return receipt requested, to every single person on my list. Within 3 weeks, I received a very nice, official apology from the city of Oakland, the chief of police, the mayor's office, and several other officials. All view 250 upvoters.
Claudette
Smith. Former mystery shopper, autodidactic polymath 2009-0. 42.8k content views 34.6k this month. View 3 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 9 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Have you ever went to one table, they were basically asking for it. Our manager wasn't wanting to handle it, so our co-worker did the next best thing. She had put her 2 weeks in and already had a solid job offer, so she didn't care. FYI, she's doing great at her new job. We all have a laugh about this now. But back to the story. She comes up to these customers who have basically called this poor girl every name in the book, and we all were starting to get tired of this table. Even the gentleman next to these fuck sacks was like, she's just trying to do her job as best she can, relax lady. The final straw was when this lady says to Kelsey, our server, who's about to lose it on this woman, how incompetent are you? You suck as a server, I'm not paying for this food. Deadass. Kelsey looks at this woman for 5 fucking seconds with the best shit-eating grin ever. She looks at me, I was just a dishwasher, but my other co-worker Genesis told me what was about to happen and I had to witness it, winks and then proceeds to flip their whole table over. Kelsey smiles at the woman and goes, oops. This woman didn't know how to respond, she's red in the face, and what made it better is that the guy next to this table goes, you had it coming, ya cunt. I couldn't hold in my laughter, me and Genesis were practically dying in the kitchen. Kelsey gets the guy a free beer, takes off her apron, hugged us all goodbye and left 2 seconds before our manager could fire her. We talked about it for DAYSSSS. I still keep in contact at everyone back there and they always talk about that sweet justice. 18.1k views. View 1.9k upvoters. View sharers. Suggestions pending. About the author. Anna Repstock. Former IT tech at Central New Mexico Community College 0-0. M.S. Human Psychology, Central New Mexico Community College. 19k content views 19k this month. View 5 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 10 of 116. Answer, Bobaretti. Answered September 23, 2019, upvoted by Niklas Hobson, 2000. Author has 1.3k answers and 430.7k answer views. My wife got into a really small fender bender in a parking lot. Really small. The guy she bumped into sued, and had the nerve to come to court in a neck brace. No way he was hurt. It was pure bullshit. Our kids, Robert and Cynthia, what happened? The car. It wasn't looking good for us. While the judge was about to render his verdict, I heard noise, whipped his head around to see what happened. He was caught in his own lie. The judge ruled that Mr. Duggan's neck brace was an overt attempt to change the opinion of the court, therefore the judge threw out his testimony and ruled in our favor. 125.3k.
Sometimes I think the management needs to put the customer in their place. Hey, you can either treat my employee like they're important to you, or you can get the hell out of my store. Right in most cases, or whatever the customer wants, customer gets in most cases, or that's what the expectation. Drive-through and get like whatever coffee or whatever, and it was like really God, it was like Stonewall, whatever. Like had no personality to him at all. It was more like a robot or something. I'd always kind of laugh about like what's wrong with this guy. It's like. And then if you got anything remotely wrong about his order, like if you're just when you're taking the order, you'd sometimes get mad and just take off. It's like, well, whatever. till I get through all these hills before I put another article on. Exit 91, Fort Rock Road coming up. Be the frustrating thing about it, because sometimes you just can't do anything about it. Maybe some other bottleneck going on there at the workplace. Maybe the kitchen's taking too long to get the food ready, or maybe you're short. Like maybe the server didn't show up when they were supposed to be there, which puts an extra burden on you when you are there working. So I usually try to be a little understanding. I try to, whenever I can, I try to be observant of what exactly is going on with the servers. Are they running around like chicken without a head, or are they not making good use of it? Are they not being observant, or are they being very observant? Are they standing around the hot plate half the time waiting for the kitchen staff to give them the food that they're trying to get served out, or a lot of that kind of, because it plays into how willing I am to want to tip them. So I feel like they're just not being very observant, and and I have to keep asking for to get like a drink refill or whatever else I might need. Then I'm sorry, I'm not going to give you much of a tip. If I see that you're really observant, even if you're not walking by my table, say if you're at a just at some other spot, and you just happen to glance at my table, whatever, to see if there's anything that might be needed, then, or at least look in my direction. That way, if I need your attention, I can get it, get your attention easily. And that tells me you're a good and observant server, and I'll be a lot more likely to give you a good tip over that. I get pissed off when I start getting ignored. I'll even leave nasty grams on the receipt saying, hey, you forgot all about me. Or, I'll even tell the management, hey, the service does not end once the food's been served. So, because that's a very common thing I see too with servers, is they'll serve the food, and then once the food's on my table and I'm eating it, a lot of times I don't see the server ever again until they're giving me the check. That irritates me. It's like, how do you know I don't want a refill, or maybe I'm missing silverware or something that I need? Maybe I dropped a fork on the floor that I need a new one or something. You need to pay attention on a regular basis until that customer leaves. Funny you mentioned IHOP, because I had one case, the IHOP in Hemet, California, right? Because I used to live in San Jacinto, which is right next to Hemet. And I remember it was my ex-wife, I was still with her at the time, took her and my boys to go eat breakfast there one morning. And it took forever, because normally when I go to IHOP, I'd say easily within half an hour, we already have all of our food. I mean, we're already sat down and have our food and all that. And I can usually be out of there within an hour. Well, this particular time at IHOP, I was there, and I know how long it takes to make my food. Because I usually order the similar kind of stuff there, and I know if I order pancakes there, usually within about 10 minutes it's coming to it's already getting brought to my table. Well, I think that's what I might have ordered or something there, and I think we were there for about a better part of an hour, and we still didn't have our food. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And I keep watching my server. She's doing whatever she could, but She was also spending a lot of time at the hot plate, watching like a hawk to see when the food going to her tables was ever going to show up. So I wasn't going to fault her. I even because I sent in a nastygram to corporate on there. I went to the IHOP website and then put a nastygram on there saying, hey, you guys need to get you guys have a problem with your Hemet store. Yeah, because I'd never seen an IHOP this bad, service this bad, and it said I know, and I can't fault my server because I was paying really good attention to what she was doing, and she was doing everything she could for us, making sure our drinks were always full and stuff like that. But her hands were tied. The kitchen staff was taking too long. Wasn't sure what the hell was going on there, or why it was taking so long, and so I ended up getting an apology letter from them, and they even said next time you're there, look for. I mean, it was actually the district manager, I think. Yeah, he was the DO or the RO, whatever, for that area. I said I'm gonna check on that. I'm gonna see what's going on there, and say next time you guys come there, it's on me. It's like, all right, I just want to make sure the problem's fixed. Like, I like eating at IHOP, and I know most of the staff there was doing what they could, and just have a problem area that needs to be fixed, and I just want to bring it to your attention. I'm not necessarily looking for a free like a comp meal, but I said I appreciate the offer though. So I ended up going back there like a week later, and sure enough, the DO there, the same guy who had corresponded with me, at least I'm pretty sure it was him. He was there watching the kitchen like a hawk and making sure they were doing things right. And the service was way better. I never even mentioned that. Hey, I'm Scott. I'm like, dude, stay in your lane. I never even told him who I was, but I saw him there dressed differently than everybody else, and hovering over the kitchen, particularly, or by the hot plate area, particularly making sure that everything's flowing. And he went. There should be getting some more buffering here in a second, if you're not already. Exactly is the XL Club at Laughlin? Is it the enlisted club or officer? Yeah, that's a lot of overtime. Marker. It's about 15 miles to where the petrol in Kingman is. we actually used to have every so often I'd see famous people come through. Like I was working a drive-thru one night and Louis Anderson came through. He had a cool looking, it was like a white sports car looking thing. I forget what kind it was, but yeah, he was actually a really nice guy. I didn't treat him any different than any other customers. Like I knew it was him, but I didn't say, hey, oh my God, it's Louis Anderson. No, I just treated him like a regular customer, and no, but he was real nice. Alfonso Ribeiro used to like coming to our store. I never saw him personally, but because I was usually not on duty when he would come in. But I remember one of our store shift managers was always smitten with him, and she even let him come back into the kitchen and make his own food one time because just because of who he was. Someone complained about the size of your paycheck, but you put in the hours to get the pay. Well, why was she complaining about that? Just because she was jealous, or thinking that she should have been able to get as many hours as you, or was just thinking maybe she should get paid as much as you even without putting in the work? Also had, I forget his last name. His first name's Lance. He's the guy who plays Proctor in the Police Academy movies. I know his first name is Lance, or Vance, or whatever. I think it's Lance. But I remember he came in with his wife and kids one night. I was working both combination, drive-thru and up front. And I remember I was giving a customer in the drive-thru their food. And the customer noticed him up at the front counter. And the customer asked me, hey, you see that gentleman right there, over there? And they're pointing at him. And I looked and I was like, doesn't he look like the guy from the Police Academy movies? And I turned and looked again like, I don't know. He looks kind of similar, but I don't know. It's because the hair color was different. Because in the movie, in the Police Academy movies, his hair is always like a darker brown or whatever kind of color. But in real life, his hair was more of a, not too much unlike my own hair, like kind of a brownish, kind of maybe even heading toward blonde. So for some reason, I didn't make that connection at first, but then, then I was a little further away, but then once I got done serving that customer, I'm up working up front helping other people, and then I think I had taken over a register while someone went on break. And I keep looking at him like, I think that customer was right. I'm pretty sure it was him. So I start telling everybody working behind the counter, and in the kitchen area, hey, I think Proctor from Police Academy is here. Because I kept pointing him out, and then later on, his wife and kids come up to my register to get some of the cookies that they sell, and and I didn't say anything, but one of my coworkers comes up, excuse me, ma'am, is your husband the one from the Police Academy movies? And she goes, yeah, that's him. Oh, okay, I thought so. Like, I don't want to. When they were getting ready to leave, one of the guys in the kitchen area yells, Proctor! Yeah, he chuckled on his way out. Probably appreciated the fact we recognized him, but didn't go all crazy, like doting all over him or whatever. $150 in tips in one shift. Damn. That was every day. That's not too bad. So, I mean, with maybe a $50 hourly worth of hourly pay for the shift, if even that, plus 150. That's so you're probably taking home like close to making 200 or so per day. So it's about $1,000 a week on a 5-day work week. It's not bad for that kind of work. And that can be pretty exhausting work too. That's a character builder job, isn't it? I don't plan on stopping there, but just to give you some clarity on where exactly I'm at. Morning, Linda. I think you were saying something about getting your stuff to finish moving out or something like that. Come on, car. You can hurry up past me so I can get over there, catching up to this truck. There we go. Or are you going somewhere else? I thought I saw someone outside this car a second ago. I don't see any, there's no lights on it, but doesn't seem to be occupied. Well, at least couldn't tell if there's anybody around it. Be a lot cheaper than it'll save you a lot of money by doing that, I'm sure. No utilities or rent or whatever to pay. Eric, detention pay, you're the receiver you're at right now or from the shipper? I assume you're talking about receiver. You're saying I assume that means you they haven't even started to unload you yet. Can I get my pride before he gets up here? Because I got truck skating on me behind me. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, you never know. You haven't been there that long though. Around the 65-mile marker now. Coastline transport. Coastline, I would think maybe they're from the west coast somewhere. Appointment was at 0700 and it's 0835 right now. That place otherwise, so is it easy to check in and back in and all that kind of stuff? Oh, that's good. Inching his way up to the back of my trailer at the moment. Transport, Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Muscle Shoals, I think I know. That's down by, I think that's off 231. I want to say it's down that way. Like not too far away from, like in between, was that Montgomery and, go down by, like Brundage. Seeing signs for Muscle Shoals when I was on 231 going down to Brundage. Linda, that's a nice, probably a nice area there where you're at. sacrifice got to be made to get a longer term good, though.
Article 11 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. If you tell a police officer you're a sovereign citizen during a traffic stop, what is most likely to happen? Thomas Fant. Answered December 13, 2019.
Well,
Author has 449 answers and 94.8k answer
Great way to
views.
guarantee you'll get a ticket.
Nothing beneficial or advantageous to you, that's for sure. For starters, let's note that there are at least some police officers on the job who don't really give a flying F **k about your actual legal rights and liberties, let alone the made-up ones that sovereign citizen believers like to blather about. I'm not going to say that it's all LEOs who have this attitude, or get into a debate about why or when cops are likely to develop or adopt such an outlook, but surely
We'll
anyone
see you later.
reasonable can acknowledge that there are at least a few out there who act and behave that way. If they have that attitude and carry it into their police work, it follows that they know, or at least believe, that they are very unlikely to be punished or face any serious consequences for whatever they do. So how do you think a cop who is willing to violate their espoused principles of professional conduct, your actual civil rights, and even the law, is going to react when you try to, well, actually, him or her with a bunch of made-up rights and pseudo-legalistic gobbledygook to get out of your predicament? You will be playing a dangerous game with your liberty, your well-being, and possibly your life. But let's say you're not dealing with one of these ostensibly rare bad apples. Let's say you're dealing with a real by-the-books, Joe Friday, straight shooter. This guy knows the law and follows it. He has professional pride. If you are interacting with this officer, there's a good, or at least legal reason, and you aren't going to bullshit your way out of it. True, they're human beings, and they make mistakes. If they do, or have, the judge will correct the mistake in court. You aren't going to litigate the ticket, or case, or complaint there on the streets, no matter what you do. When you are interacting with a police officer, shut the F***K up. Be polite, even cordial if you can. Don't be belligerent, but don't run your mouth, and as soon as you can legally, safely, and politely end the interaction, do so. There's not much that you can say or do that is going to benefit you, and there are a million things you can do or say to worsen whatever your situation might be.
Yeah.
A long time ago, this kind of thing might have surprised a cop, but I imagine in this day and age of internet video and widely distributed wacko conspiracy beliefs, most police with a few years of experience are aware of sovereign citizens and their foolishness.
Why the
Even if
hell
they
you
have
slowing
never
down in front of
personally
me?
encountered one, they've probably heard stories or seen
You
videos.
just passed me.
Good cop, bad cop, corrupt cop, honest cop, the best you can hope for by rolling out a sovereign citizen spiel is you might give the officer a little giggle, and then they will do whatever they were going to do anyway, good, bad or ugly. Don't take the risk, don't waste your time or the officers. One view. About the author. Thomas Fant. 94.8K content views, 4K this month. View 23 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 12 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the smartest thing you've seen a child do? Tom Scales, consultant at insurance. Updated April 25, 2018. Author has 769 answers and 2.6 meters answer views. Originally answered, what is the smartest thing you've seen a child do? When one of our twins had just turned 5, just a few weeks into kindergarten, I went into our playroom and realized the computer was running Windows 10. I asked my wife if she upgraded it. I asked our then 10-year-old. No and no. Stumped, I finally asked the 5-year-old. He proudly announced that he had as he liked Windows 10. Not quite believing him, I asked him how. He sat down, brought up Google, typed in Windows 10 upgrade instructions, and started reading me the steps. Stunned, I asked, you can read? He laughed and said he'd been able to read that well for over a year. I asked him how. He pulled up YouTube for Kids on his tablet and showed me how he had enabled closed captions. He calmly said he'd been reading along since he was 3. He's 6 now. I have yet to find software that will lock down his tablet. He cracks them all. Proud, and a little scared. Edit, wow, over 1,600 upvotes. This is all new to me. Tonight I'm going to share this with him. He will be very proud. For those that asked, his twin brother is just as smart but in different areas. He is the math and art whiz. They do their homework together every day and help each other out. And yes, they are the older twins at 6. We also have 5-year-old boy-girl twins.
Swift going
All
the other
in,
way.
we have 7. All the kids are amazing. We parents get more hugs than anyone in the world. Edit, thanks for all the upvotes. I shared this post with him and am keeping him up to date on the upvotes. He is very excited. It's my first post that has this many upvotes. Edit, wow, he will be excited. Over 5K upvotes. Edit, I continue to be stunned. 8,800. He's still excited and asks to see the count. Edit, 15,000. No way. I wrote this the first week I joined Quora. Thank you all so much. My son is overwhelmed with your upvotes. Too cool. Edit, 20,000. I can't imagine ever posting again and receiving this many upvotes. I might have to just retire from Quora. Edit, 30,000. Amazing, this is still being read. You are contributing to the excitement of a 7-year-old. Thank you. 338.9K views. View 40.4K upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Tom Scales. Consultant at insurance. BA, Computer Science, Rice University. Lived in Florida 0 to 0. 2.6 meters content views 23.9K this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 13 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the worst thing you have heard a pilot announce to the passengers during a flight? John Chesser, major U.S. airline captain, retired. Answered December 12, 2019, upvoted by Doug Hanchard, aviator with 7,000 plus hours corp. I was of his PA and was bent over looking at the radars. Down the long corridor, I could see the man waiting outside my classroom door. As a small woman, his height and shoulder width looked intimidating, even from a distance. He was wearing the neighborhood colors Raider jacket, long, baggy shorts with socks to the knees, white t-shirt, and baseball cap. I debated going down the empty hall alone, but parent conference week pulled me along. I had prided myself on nagging almost 70% of my parents into these meetings, far beating the school average. Back in the 80s, I was one of 70 teachers in a 2,000-student elementary school in Los Angeles Unified. The school was bordered by project housing where many of our students live. The school grounds are very our monthly program. The workday at this school abruptly ended each day at 4 p.m. when security guards would come around and ask all staff members to leave. It was not considered safe to be there after dark. So there I was, at my classroom door in an almost empty school at the end of the day with an obvious member of the project boys, neck tattoos now very visible. His first words were, "I am here about Margarita." "Aw, sweet girl, super creative mind, always smiling." We sat down at my conference table, him barely fitting on the child-sized seats. I brought out my grade book and began talking about Margarita, her grades, her interests, and how her stories were so interesting. He listened carefully, nodding, asked a few questions. Then he told me, "I did not make it through school, but I will be damn sure she will. You let me know if there is anything you need or if ever she is not giving her best." We ended the conference and he shook my hand politely before leaving. I learned later that he was her older brother, not her father. Her father worked 2 menial labor jobs and could never have made it to conferences. Much later, through a news article in the Times, I accidentally came upon an article about Margarita. She was a part of a university study on resilient children. She had not only graduated high school, but made it into a prestigious college with scholarships. Her brother had unfortunately not lasted to see her success. Interestingly, the study found that one characteristic of resilient children was having a close adult who looked out for them. 11 views. About the author. Bonita Johnston D'Amicis. Studied fine art at University of Southern California. 829.9K content views, 27.9K this month. View 78 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 15 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most clever way you have seen someone respond to road rage? Stephen James, lives in Columbia, Mo, 2019 present. Answered December 12, 2019. Author has 254 answers and 177.7K answer views. I don't know if this will fit the question or not, but here goes. I was one of 2 people involved in this incident. You need to know some things about me first to understand what happened and the things I said. I am 52 years old, 6 feet 7 inches tall, 250 pounds, so older and not small. I drive a early 2000s Toyota Tacoma pickup, 2-wheel drive. Get a picture in your head, me standing next to it. I am going north on a 4-lane city street. I am on the inside lane, no one near me in any direction. I have this little 4-door matchbox of a Chevy car pull out of the McDonald's. It crosses both lanes and cut me off heading north. I lock them up, squalling tires laying in on the horn. The car in front of me immediately starts doing what I call the spilled drink wiggle all over the road. The guy driving said car hangs out the driver's side window, genuflecting with sign language and loud screaming and yelling with choice language my grade school teachers would have spanked me for using. We reach the intersection. I get in the left turn lane. He is next to me, screaming his head off out the window. I lean over the cab and crank down my passenger window. The first thing out of this guy's mouth besides choice language is "you stupid %, young punk." This guy is maybe 35 years old. I yell back, "Try again. I am older than you. I have gray hair. You don't." Then he goes into, "I am going to kick your $5 hash," and so on and so on. He has pulled about a car length in front of me, has stopped opening his door. Now please picture this 35 years old, maybe in high school, was a jock. You can tell by his basic shape, but he has worked an office type job the last 17 years and hasn't seen a set of weights or a gym in all that time, so he is overweight to say the least, dressed like a used car salesman or office worker. He starts to roll himself out the door screaming, he is going to kick my backside, all tough manly man stuff.
Who taught you how to write?
At this point he looks up as he is starting to climb out of his car and hears me saying, okay, come right on over and kick my $. Looking up, seeing all 6 feet 7 inches 250 pounds of old man looking down, yelling in the middle of an intersection back at him. Here is where it got a little strange. He stopped moving, keep cussing me, threatening me, hanging half and half out of his little car in his soda-soaked pants and shirt, not moving but running his mouth. I am still standing behind my door telling him to come right on over. I am waiting and ready. He keeps yelling, so I start to go around my door. Before I can even get around it, he pops back into his car, still cussing me, threatening me. I stand there and just look at him and tell him to shut the $caret and $% up, to close his window and pull up to the light before this old man comes over there and kicks his $% like a good little boy. He does as he is told and rolls up the window and pulls up to the light. I climb back into my truck, pull the rest of the way up to the light, looking around at a ton of cars thinking they just saw me make a fool out of myself. I must be nuts calling anyone out for a fight. At my age he could have had a gun or something, and wondering will I be on Facebook and YouTube in the morning. Crazy old man goes off on other driver in fit of road rage. Was it clever? No, it was stupid, it was crazy, but to be honest it was fun to know this old man has still got it to scare the pants off one short, overweight, younger used car salesman. Hee hee, I just hope I am never that stupid again, but I am glad I lived to talk about it. 1K views.
Now that was painful to listen to. It horribly written. Poor punctuation, obviously, with the way it was being read out. Drives me nuts. I can't handle listening to that kind of stuff or reading that kind of stuff. 10th
view, 7.5K this month. View 20 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy, terms, contact.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me. One of the trucker groups, some woman was just on there not long ago talking about I guess she's got kids, whatever, and she's kind of debating whether to switch to a local driving job or to get out of the trucking industry or what. And she's basically looking for advice from other truckers. So I can be an asshole. I'm not a condescending asshole. I'm just one of those. I'll tell you what you don't want to hear, even if, it's the truth though. You might not want to hear what I have to say, but it's if I'm saying it, it's probably true and it'll probably benefit you somehow in some way. So, of course everybody's all saying, go be a garbage truck driver or local day cab driver or whatever, or do some LTL work or whatever. And then I put in a comment basically, because I put basically with grammar skills like you have, I would say don't get out of the trucking industry. Because if especially with this being a public group, you go apply for a job out in like say kind of an office type of job, and they see that you write like that, and mind you, if someone wants to do a background check on you, and they check your social media activity, and they see that you wrote this kind of thing in the social media group, they're going to get two different impressions, or both. One, that you're kind of stupid. Maybe you're not. Maybe you aren't really stupid, but they're going to get the impression that you might be. Or two, you don't put any pride into what you do. So if you can't be bothered to put any effort into the way you write, then what makes them think you'll put effort into the work that they want you to do for them? There's a psychology that goes on with HR type of people. You got to understand, and being in a public group there where they have where potential employers actually have free access to look at whatever you wrote there. You're giving people impressions right there that you might not want to be giving them. You're taking too long to get up here. Screw you. And then, of course, course, a few people started calling me an asshole and all that, and one guy even said, I'd like to send you to the dentist. So, you know, I was going to say something smart-ass back to him originally, saying, yeah, well, if someone who doesn't need a dentist probably shouldn't be talking about this guy's profile, some of his profile pictures, and one of them showed that he was wearing an Army t-shirt. So I wrote back and said, you know, you're wearing an Army shirt in one of your pictures. Yeah, as a fellow vet, you know as well as I do how important it is to take pride in the work you do and show that, show other people that you have pride in what you do. So, if you can't be bothered to put any attention into the way you write, then what makes, again, my point stands. What makes you think that that someone's gonna, like what they see if they're looking at possibly hiring you and they see that you don't care about the way you write? And then I go, well, where do you get off wanting to fight me over, basically I'm just being honest, basically. They say you might not like what I have to say, but I'm not saying it to belittle a person. I'm saying, I'm kind of challenging him to put more effort into things. One woman in there even tried to make some excuse. Oh, she's probably on a cell phone. She probably wrote that on a phone or something. It's like, yeah, well, my comment that you're replying to was written on a cell phone too, but you don't see grammar problems on it, do you? Because I actually give a shit about the way I present it. Now, will I say that my writing is perfect? No. Sometimes I do make little mistakes here or there, or not catch something, but you just have constantly bad grammar or spelling or whatever. Sorry. Or particularly if you spell like crap, if I don't know anything else about you, I'm going to take you for an idiot. If you can't spell a lot of words that I think a normal person should be able to spell. Not saying anything bad about any of you guys watching. And I'm not saying that anybody, like, if you feel like this fits you, not calling you an idiot by any stretch. I'm just saying that impressions go a long way, especially when you're trying to make a good first impression. When it makes a huge difference to your ability to get a job, you need to put attention into these kind of details. Little details can make a big difference to somebody in some different way that you wouldn't expect. Oh yeah, man, and I get too that some people can't type the greatest. And I know my own typing is considerably faster than the average person. So I can type just about 90 words a minute, which is a lot faster than most people can do. Even a lot of clerical workers, people who work in offices and have jobs that involve a lot of typing. Most of those people are, usually in the 60, 65 range. I'm up at 87, 88. And probably even do 90 if I care a little bit less about mistakes. Quit flashing your brights. He'll move over when he's ready. flashing your brights. He'll move over when he's ready to move over. Knucklehead. So that's one of the things for me personally, you won't see me dim my light or turn off my lights at night to let a truck know they can move over unless there's someone right behind them and I'm concerned about the person behind them cutting me off to get around them on the right. Otherwise, if there's nobody right behind them, hey, I'm not going to give you any kind of signal at all. You can take all the time you want to get in front of me. I don't care. The more space you give me, the better it is for both of us. There's no reason for me to be in any hurry to get you back over in front of me if there's nobody behind you. Lisa, that's what we call, what's that called? Finger pecking? Where they always use their index finger for every letter or every key they hit. And then when they have to use a shift key, if they even do, they'll put one finger on the shift key and then they'll, on one hand, and then they'll use a finger on the other, an index finger on the other hand to type whatever it is that the shift key is working with. Now see on a phone, I use swipe. So I just basically swipe the word that I want, and then it'll, sometimes it'll get the right word, sometimes it doesn't. Come on. Waiting for his pickup to pass me up so I can get around this guy. Oh, and then he decided to speed up now. You're a fucking piece of shit, you know that? What the hell? Sit there and be in my way, and then all of a sudden I want to get around you, your stupid ass decides to speed up? Fuck you. I can't stand people like that. Funny thing is, I never even took any computer typing. I've taken computer-related classes, but I've never taken a typing class before. Although I will say I was self-educated on that. My mom, when she was going through nursing school, one of the classes she took was a typing class, and she had her instructional material. She had her textbook, whatever you want to call it, at the house. And my dad had he had a type, and he would do type up a lot of documents for it in his off-duty time, and so I would kind of play around, practice on his typewriter, and then later on, my parents gave me a word processor for my birthday, so I started learning more with it. And I started using my mom's typing textbook and learning what I could from the textbook there. So just kept practicing, practice, whatever, and then first over time it got where it's like, I can type blindly. I don't look at the keyboard or anything. I know exactly what I'm touching. Special characters, though, and that's another story. Sometimes I forget which, say like a number, like the and sign or the asterisk or whatever. I sometimes forget which number corresponds to which one of them, and and I do sometimes look at the keyboard for that to make sure I'm hitting the right one. To me, waiting for a truck driver to type like shit like that? No, because they're getting paid to move the train and move the load. Yeah, and you can communicate. There are ways to communicate. Great. Put it on the Qualcomm. Even if it's not the greatest, at least as long as it makes clear the point of what's going on, it's all good. But if you're going to be working in an office doing a lot of corresponding, or where high up people might interact as well, that's something to me I think you should put a lot more thought into. So, okay, if it takes extra time to get it right, get it done right. I'd rather see something done slowly and correctly than rush through and make you look like you're an idiot or you don't care. Many years of working on airplanes, the same thing. Would you want to fly in an aircraft that was maintained by a guy who was in a rush and didn't care about the quality of the work they were doing, or would you rather them take their time and maybe you sat a little longer, but eventually got to fly in an aircraft that was almost certainly safe to fly? Yes, I did do my reefer check when I did my pre-trip this morning. In fact, I had negative 5.6 up front and negative 7.1 in the back. Did you do yours? That's a good one, Lisa. Yeah, I bet a lot of them aren't used to using the function keys and don't realize there are only 12 of them. The ones that make me laugh, though, that's when I was in aircraft maintenance and I'd be helping someone in the office, whatever, just another mechanic, whatever, or anybody else. We're working on a workstation there, maybe working on a document of some sort. I would mention the arrow keys, and they'd be looking all over, and they'd be looking on the numeric keypad, and where how they have the. Was it the 4, the 6, the 8, and the 2? I think those are the ones that have the arrows on them. They would look at those and think that those are the arrow keys that I'm talking about. I'm like, no, the ones that are just arrows. And they're looking all over. I'm like, I don't know where it's at. Like, look, these 4 keys that are all in their own little group with nothing but arrows on them. Those are the arrow keys. I could get through stuff a lot quicker, like with that, or like even just control arrow up, arrow down, control page up, control page down, stuff like that. And that was always another funny one too. Is trying to advise someone to use the page down key, and they're looking all over the keyboard. I don't know where it's at. Okay, slow down. Take a good look at the keyboard. Page down is not going to be where all your normal letter number keys are at. So look in another part. There aren't too many more keys outside of the letter and number keys than the usual shift, control, and alt key and stuff. It can't be that difficult to figure out where to find it. Did they change the reefer status check status macro 1? What do you mean? It's not any different at all on mine as far as I know. Maybe I'm missing something that you're noticing or something. Maybe you got an update I don't have, or I'm not really sure. River Medical, paramedic supervisor. keyboard and it flips Dell monitors upside down. Oh yeah, I've seen that before. Now I don't have a Dell computer at home. I have a homemade one, but I do remember seeing something along that line. Actually, you can do it with any Windows computer, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember if it's Control Shift up, like the up and down or side arrow keys, whatever. Something along that line. I remember you can, you can make the screen show up sideways or upside down or normal, whatever. And I remember sometimes my kids would do it. It actually caused my computer to do that, and I'd have to try to remember what combination I had to hit to fix it. Hey, what's up, Matt? Where you at now? It used to say, are you getting loaded, unloaded? And now it says, did you weigh your trailer after? Huh? Are you getting loaded, unloaded? No, I've never seen that before. Mine's always said what basically is because I don't send macro ones if I'm not loaded. Until I send a loaded call, sorry, you're not getting shit from me. And my macro one is, it's long, and then the entire time I've been with JCT, I don't think I've seen even the first thing different about it. Okay, so if you're in Tucson, you're probably around the 270-ish, assuming you're at Pilot. So it's about 120 of Arizona, 165 of New Mexico, so that's 285. So for about 400 miles into Texas is where I assume you'll get, or perhaps 400. So put you San Antonio, or are you taking I-20 over? I forget. No, you're taking I-20, I think, because I remember you saying you're going to Dallas. Okay, so 180 of I-10. So I leave about 220 or something. That's not Abilene, is it? I think it's in between, what's that, in between Odessa and Abilene? Something like that. I always get Midland and Odessa mixed up. Which one's west of the other? And then funny, it's like, exactly, yeah, it's one of those where it's like, why do I need a GPS when I already know exactly where I'm going to end my shift? If I know I'm going to run that kind of miles like you're talking about, and I know which route I'm taking, I don't need the GPS. I already know how far I am. I'm not on I-10 or I-20 enough to clearly remember where the exit numbers are for certain areas. Like Eric and I were talking yesterday. He was in Junction at one point. I know about roughly where Junction is, but I don't know the exit number where it's at. And same with Comfort. Eric had to tell me about where they're at, and even then, I'm still not totally clear. I just know roughly where they're at geographically. And same with I-20. So, I know, start with Pecos around the 45 or so mile marker, 46, I think, or whatever the hell it was. 40 something, I know that. And then I know Midland and Odessa's. I see at least 2 JCT trucks parked over here at Pilot. So I'm making at least 2-to-1 JCT now versus Swift. But yeah, Midland, and I don't always remember the exact exit numbers. I know they're about the 120-ish or whatever. Abilene, I know, is getting almost halfway to Fort Worth. from I-10, but I don't recall exact exit number. It's not like running I-40 where I'm always here and I know exactly which exit a lot of these truck stops are off of, or exactly which exits certain cities are on. Yeah, the Swift was earlier. I think it was when I was in between Seligman and where the mountains were, if I remember right.
Article 16 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Pit bull owners, why did you choose a pit bull over other breeds? Adrian Martinez, pit bull owner. Updated December 12, 2019.
They're actually good dogs.
Originally answered, pit bull owners, why did you choose a pit bull over other breeds? One day I came home from work and I came face to face with a mean-looking pit bull just hanging out in the front of my house. When the pit saw me, it immediately stood up on all fours in full alert mode and looked me straight in the eye. I thought, uh-oh, I'm dead meat. It looked very confident, serious, and ready to attack. Its strong muscular build and chiseled face was very intimidating. I thought if I don't play this right I might have to fend off a dog attack, and the best thing for me to do is to show this pit no fear. So I pretended to ignore the pit as if it wasn't there and I just went into my house minding my own business. I was fearful of pit bulls. I didn't really trust or like them, especially after everything I've heard about them. And everyone knows they can turn on you in a split second. I just didn't like anything about pits, period. The next morning, I'm surprised to see the pit still there relaxing in my front yard. Later that day when I came home from work, yeah, you guessed it. The pit was still there. I had no idea why it hadn't moved on. All I know is I wasn't doing anything whatsoever to encourage it to stay. After a couple of days it was still there and I sat down on my front porch to watch her. The pit was laying on the grass relaxing on her belly with all four legs spread out like Superman ready to fly. It was nudging and wiggling itself toward me as if trying to crawl over to me. She seemed just as curious and unsure about me as I was about her. So I snapped my fingers and motioned for her to come over. She got up right away and came darting over to me without any hesitation. But I didn't try to pet or touch her since I didn't trust it. And I definitely didn't want to encourage it to stay. I wasn't sure if it was groomed to be a fighting dog or exactly what its history was. All I know is she was dirty, gritty, and looked thinner than normal. It would be safe to say she looked like she was having a rough time living out in the streets. I imagined her lost or abandoned, getting rocks thrown at her by kids, dodging cars. After getting off work on the third day, the pit was still there. This time though the postman left a note saying, no mail. Pit bull. I thought, oh no, now I have to do something. So I put the pit in my dog run on the side of my house and I called the dog pound on her. I just can't have another dog. Especially a pit bull. They are vicious and I don't trust them. And everyone knows they can turn on you in a second. I just didn't like anything about them, period. Especially their reputation. After a few days the pound hadn't showed up, so I called them back. But this time they told me if they pick her up they will just put her down right away. They said, we don't keep pits because no one wants them or they just end up getting abused.
Wow.
This was terrible to hear. I was hoping she would have a chance and I have a soft spot for the underdog. The pit wasn't causing me any problems and it seemed well behaved. But I thought, well, maybe this is for the best. After all, there is absolutely no way I can keep a pit bull. No way. Any other dog maybe, but definitely not a pit. So I told the pound, come pick her up. For the next week waiting for the pound. Each time I fed and watered her she was thinking. I wasn't sure if she wanted to eat me, but I never showed her any fear. And I didn't care too much. After a week, she well rested to let this pit into my backyard to get some needed exercise. In an instant she immediately ran straight for a dusty old ball laying around. She must have been eyeing that ball through the fence all this time and planning to get it the first chance she got. She brought it back and sat directly in front of me patiently with the ball in her mouth, just looking at me with that same stoic expression. I couldn't tell if she wanted to give it to me or play with me. I couldn't teach my other dogs to play fetch no matter what I did. I very slowly wiggled the ball from her mouth, put the ball right in front of her so she can get a good hard look at it, slowly raised my arms back, and I threw it hollering, "Go get it, girl. Get it." The pit kept her eye focused on the ball, chased it, and brought it back in the first try. I played with her some more, and the more challenging I threw the ball, the harder she tried to catch it. This pit would leap into the air, dive head first toward the ground, and crash land in a big bowl of dust. She would do all kinds of impressive ninja-like moves. Whatever it took to catch the ball she did. She liked to play really rough and she had a whole lot of energy to unload. It was very impressive to watch her athletic abilities, and I wished I had a camera to record some of her best moves to show off to others. A few days later, my cousin came over and saw the pit in my backyard from the kitchen. He said, "Cool. You have a pit bull. My favorite kind of dog. Do you mind if I go pet her? Does she bite?" Puzzled, I told him, "No man, she doesn't bite." He was dangling hands to keep her. And the ones who knew someone who might want her, seemed sketchy about why they might want her, so I took a bit longer until something comes up. Sigh. After about a month, I took her to the vet. I wasn't sure how everyone was going to react to me bringing in a killer pit. I visualized other pet owners picking up their pets when they saw her. Or maybe the pit would try to attack the other dogs after seeing them and I would have to drag her out. Or maybe pits are banned from the clinic. Or surely all pits require a muzzle just in case they suddenly turn violent. No, I was wrong. The pit strolled in like she owned the place. And she didn't seem to be very interested in any of the other dogs. When the staff and her good walks through the neighborhood. I thought that maybe the other dog walkers would cross the street in fear when they saw her or lecture me about how irresponsible I am for having a dangerous pit bull in the neighborhood. No, I was wrong again. Just about all the people who stopped to talk gave her lots of compliments and wanted to pet her. I thought most pit bulls were owned by gangsters and other bad characters. But no, I came across plenty of regular people who loved and admired pits. But the biggest and most important test was when I introduced her to my other dog. He was an old grouchy lab mix who was used to being the top on her belly with her chin to the ground. She stayed that way while my lab sniffed all around her. I guess maybe Bella, since she would walk, hop, and start twirling around on her hind legs like a dancing ballerina whenever she would get fed or anyone would come outside to greet her. I was always cautious and on guard around Bella for a long time just in case. But every test Bella had to build trust, she always passed. She was an unusually smart dog when it came to understanding what anyone was expecting of her. I realized before long that playful friend and companion who only craves the love and affection from people who will treat her right. Bella went from being lost and abandoned, locked in a dog run waiting for the pound to put her down, and into being a fully trusted family member with full house privileges in a relatively short period of time. Bella liked everyone I invited into my house and everyone always said Bella was their favorite dog. Any friend of mine was on. You would see her snuggling up to everyone and stealing kisses from them. She was always making new friends and she did so quite easily. And she always let her friends know that she loves or missed them. I had her for about 6 years before she passed away before her time. During this whole time, Bella was very loyal and protective. She was the self-appointed party hostess and head of security. She would always patrol the property and be on the alert for any shenanigans. She let me know if I needed to come to the door or not. And Bella was brave. She was afraid of thunder, but that would not stop her from facing her fear. She would go investigate with her head down kinda low and whimpering softly as if she's not coming back from whatever is out there making that rumbling sound. But she always went no matter what. I would not doubt Bella would give her life defending her family. It was Bella's good demeanor, playful and protective nature, and her excellent people and social skills that changed the way I think about pit bulls. She taught me they are not all the killers I've always heard about. And Instead, they are affectionate and worthy animals that deserve to have a good family that treats them right and gives them the love and attention they crave and need. Everyone who met Bella liked Bella and Bella liked them. Bella made lots of good friends who still miss and talk about her to this day. Be a friend to Bella and give her an upvote. Please share this answer so maybe another lost Bella can have a chance. 272k views. You 17.5k upvoters.
Alright, so yeah, a lot of truth in that. And they even brought up something that is specifically the reason why those dogs have such a bad stigma. And it's because the stereotypical owner of a pit bull is more likely to be like a gangbanger, or someone from a lower class neighborhood, and with a more lengthy criminal record. Yeah, they might be more physically abusive with the dogs. It doesn't matter. It's not necessarily gangbangers either. It could even be like white trash kind of people. But they always because of the stigma that the dogs have, it perpetuates the ideology that people in that kind of a lifestyle or might have, where it's a protector. But then others, of course, they use them for fighting when they, shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff. Okay. Trucks are allowed, they got the truck sign on over here now, so I'll get through here quicker. This is a Tyson though. As soon as he sees it as a Tyson, I'll be out. I probably won't have to even say anything. Morning. You too. So as soon as she saw that the envelope had Tyson on it, she already knows that it's not a produce load. Alright. I had mine was a mix. It was a red-nosed pit and I'm not sure what else. Could have been boxer or lab, whatever mix, but she was a really good dog, and she did have some. She was very protective of me, I'll tell you that. But she was extremely loyal to me too. It was very difficult when I had to put her down because she was getting old and she was starting to have organ failure, like liver and kidney failure, and had to make the decision to put her down. I didn't want to, but I had to do it. Not gonna lie, I cried like a little bitch too when I had to make that decision. I got her ashes are sitting on my mantle still to this day. Love that dog. Now my trainer has a white pit bull, younger female, and I love that dog. Cause whenever I meet up with him somewhere on the road. That dog is such a little sweetheart. She's beautiful looking too. Gets a little attention whoring though, because he's got another dog that's what is he? I think he might be a pit and lab mix kind of He's a good dog too, and yeah, and that's the thing too. A lot of times the quality of the dog is a testament to the quality of the master or the owner, or whatever. How does the owner train and raise them right? I mean, or not right, but they're like kids. You gotta teach them. They might have some certain some little intuitions or whatever of their own, but sometimes they have to be taught right, like not barking, for example. It's not always so easy to teach them that. Like my dog, God, she would just bark just because the neighbor's dogs would go barking. She had no idea what the hell she was barking at. She was just barking because the other dogs were barking. Time when we were kids, while my sister and I, our neighbors and all that, we were all walking home from school. We all lived like within a couple of houses of each other, and we were walking home. And one particular day, this one particular house where we already knew they had a pit bull, but normally it was in the backyard and didn't have access to the front. All of a sudden, one day it comes out, running out from the backyard, barking at us, and came out aggressive. Everybody else, my sister and our neighbors and all that, everybody went kind of screamed and went like jumping up on top of a car that was there to try to get away from the dog. And then I just stand there like nothing. No, I didn't make any effort to start petting it. Like, it wasn't even aggressive. It didn't make any effort to try to bite me or tear me up or anything. The owner, she saw him coming out, and she was screaming at it to calm down, whatever. But thankfully, it wasn't hurt at all, and she ended up getting it back into the backyard. It's just funny how everybody else there, when I got scrambling for the roof of the car that was right there and that was parked there, and then here I am just nonchalantly greeting this dog and petting it, even though it came at all of us like it was a vicious dog. Show Pit Bulls and Parolees. I've not really watched it extensively. I think I might have seen some episodes, here and there, whatever, but not really something I've ever sought out to watch, I guess. Yeah, I think it's a good thing too, because I know it's the dogs are also therapeutic for the prisoners too, if I'm not mistaken. Now parolees, though, I've heard of programs where actual prisoners work with dogs too. So I don't know if this show deals with prisoners or people who are just fresh out of prison and are on parole and probation. Getting ready to pass me has a cool setup on it. It's got blue headlights on it, or like a ring around its headlights, whatever. It's got a snorkel. Oh, what's that on the side? Oh, star of some sort. Not a bad looking setup there. Doesn't quite look like he's got it set up for a lot of off-roading, but because I would think that it'd be sitting higher. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. It's a clean looking Jeep though. I get the impression they got it set up more for looks and not so much for actually taking it off road and having a good time with it. Corey, I'll actually be ending this shift here at my house. And then I deliver at 2 in the morning in Eastville tomorrow morning. So I'm going to do a 10-hour break at the house and then go deliver. I have a 2 a.m. in Eastville and then a 10 a.m. in Santa Clarita. And then I'll probably head back to the house for another break. And then I got a 6 a.m. appointment on the 24th in LA. And after I'm done with that, I'll head back to the house again and be home until the 26th. This is the irony of it, well, not irony, but kind of interesting thing is home time is always a big concern for drivers. I mean, some drivers are okay with being out on the road a while, but when they do want to be home, they usually have an expectation that they get home when they expect to be there. Now, that's especially important when maybe you have medical appointments or something going on that they need to get to. Well, if you're with a carrier that doesn't have much freight in your area, or maybe they may not have very many receivers reasonably close to your area, it's really hard to get loads home. And sometimes you have to play either a swap game with other drivers, that's assuming the other drivers are even willing to swap. Or you have to play a kind of a shuffleboard game of loads where you might have to get a load to somewhere you don't want to go just to get a load to where you want to go. It all depends on your hours and where the loads are coming from that go to your area and what's available that'll get you to a location that'll go to your area. Now here's a Swift truck coming the other way. I think that's another Swift coming as well, so 2 more Swifts. Yeah, on the 24th, we usually always have a family, like a big family get-together, the extended family, so everybody from my parents down, and my mom's sisters, so everybody on my maternal side usually gets together for a big party, or at least everybody's in the area, because a lot of the relatives, my mom has 2 sisters. A lot of the people on one particular my aunt, so a lot of them live in other areas of the country now, though, so like, my cousin Darlene lives in Iowa, and other relatives from that side live in Utah and Idaho, so it's not so easy for them to travel to meet up with us all there. And like one of my cousins in Utah wanted to come down, but I guess she had to spend money on car repairs and stuff, and just put her in a position where it just wasn't really economically feasible for her to come down and hang out. So over at Pilot, and then I had one coming the other way not long before I got into California. See plenty more JCTs on the way to Barstow. I don't know, maybe I don't know, this time of day I'm not sure if there are many I'll come across because a lot of our pickups in California are in Colton, and a lot of those are in the afternoon. So this time of day I'm not sure there'd be a heck of a lot going on as far as JCT traffic going the other direction. Unless it's stuff that might have came out of Central Cal or something, and maybe they had stopped in Barstow or somewhere for their 10-hour breaks and are on a fresh shift with an already loaded trailer. Just noticed though, as we do so much here into Southern Cal and back out, it's that's why I hardly ever ask for home time, because I'm home all the time anyway. Yeah, I'm making it home. I'm usually home like every week or two. Yeah, I still get some random loads that might go in some different directions at times, but yeah, very, very frequently I'm getting loads that at least go through my area, and you know, like loads like this where I actually have time, I can huff it, whatever, and have to give myself opportunity to do a 10-hour break before my delivery. Yeah, like I said, also, like I was saying last night too, it also sets me up for my next pickup too, if I have one to do. Uh, 135 mile marker now. Less than 60. I'm not in any hurry. I got 3:44 left on my clock. Let's see, if 135 will add in about 35 more from where I-40 and I-15 meet up to my place. So I'll be about 170 to cover now. Should be in the ballpark of 3 hours out. So I will have time, yeah, I will be able to get home without stopping for any breaks. As long as I'm feeling fine, yeah, I don't really plan to stop anywhere. Hey, good morning, Jim. And so this is another one of those cases where if I'm filling up there now, if I feel like I need to stop at least for a few minutes to stretch my legs, get a drink, whatever. Hey, I have all the time where I can do that, but I'm kind of in also get home mode, and I'm feeling fine. I don't feel like I need to get out of the chair. I don't need to use the restroom. Don't need a drink or anything like that. As long as I'm gonna feel that way, I'm just gonna keep moving the truck. This guy getting on the freeway have his tandems all the way back. He's basically getting on the eastbound 40 from Highway 95. 95, basically he probably came out of Las Vegas, but he's going this way. It kind of also makes me wonder, he's going to stand pretty far back. He might be going to Yuma then. Because normally if I'm coming out of Vegas and I'm going to go east, or southeast, whatever, I'd be going down 93 to Kingman. So if you took 95 down instead, there's, and he is a reefer, so seeing that, I'd say there's a decent chance he's probably going to take 95, stay on 95 and go down to Yuma for a pickup. Matt Mosley just picked up in Yuma. See, he was in Tucson, so yeah, I think it was yesterday he picked up in Yuma. I know you said he had 2 pickups, one in Santa Maria and one in Yuma.
Article 17 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What did someone do on an airplane that made you say, "You've gotta be kidding me"?
Oh.
David
Yeah.
Anderson.
That reminds me, I forgot to mention on there was one not long ago where I went, what was the craziest thing you had a pilot tell you on a flight? I think you guys might have heard me say this before, tell this one before. Yeah, I was on my way home from Italy and I had stopped had an overnight stay over by Gatwick Airport in London. And my next flight was supposed to go out the next morning, and it was supposed to go out to Minneapolis, St. Paul on Northwest Airlines. And we show up, get on the flight, we get up about just barely like 2,000-3,000 feet up off the ground. We're into the clouds. And all of a sudden, I hear this boom, 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 boom kind of sound, and I knew what it was. The engine was shutting down. Whether it was caused by a bird going into the intake or something else, I don't know. But I knew it was the engine, and it was we were still on climb out, so it kind of had me a little concerned. But now, mind you, being an aircraft mechanic, I've seen airplanes come in with an engine shut down in flight many times. So an engine shut down in flight on an aircraft doesn't scare me, needless to say. So, but I remember, I could tell everybody else on the aircraft was concerned, both passengers, and then even one of the flight attendants started looking out the windows and stuff, trying to figure out what the heck was going on. And then she gets on the little intercom phone to talk to the pilots, and then she goes and sits back down, and then once they got through going through their emergency procedures checklist and all that, and they know what they're going to do, the captain gets back on the PA and tells us, "Hey, ladies and gentlemen, that was that noise you just heard was the number one, basically the left wing engine, or the number one engine shutting down in flight." They said we're going to have to fly around in a holding pattern for about 20-30 minutes so we can basically get rid of all of our excess fuel so we can get light enough to land, and then we're going to come back into Gatwick and get you all probably get you all on different flights. And everyone's like trying to, I'm sure everyone being ignorant of how things work on airplanes are kind of concerned. Stay in your lane, dude. No wonder you're drifting over to my side. You're busy grabbing at whatever's up by your dashboard. Anyway, now the thing is, airplanes can take off heavier than they can land. You might wonder how that can be so, but it's true. Like they have a max gross takeoff weight, or MGTOW, and then they have a max gross landing weight, and the max gross landing weight is always either equal or less than the max takeoff weight. I don't know an aircraft out there where the landing weight, max landing weight is heavier than the max takeoff weight. Of course, how do you land heavier than you can take off anyway? Anyway, they had to burn off enough fuel to get us down below the max landing weight. And it took quite a few minutes to burn it, no, not burn off, but what they do is they have these tubes on the backs of the wings. They have these valves basically that jettisons the fuel out of the tanks, and it vents the fuel all overboard through these tubes called jettison masts. Alright, come on, hurry up, pass me. Because I'm going to have to lose too much momentum if you take too long. Big deal that they actually made it onto the ground safely. It's like, yeah, this is kind of a routine procedure for these pilots. I wasn't even the least bit worried about it. As long as we weren't going to stall out, lose our speed. Actually, when we were still at altitude, I knew that we were going to be okay. And then they were also tripping out on how we were getting chased down the runway by a fire department. Now, like basically at the end of the runway, and at about every intersection there was a fire truck, and every time, so every time we'd go past one, they'd start chasing us down the runway, and of course people are all thinking it's must be pretty serious if the fire department's is following us out here. And I'm like, no, this is the people nearby who I heard saying that. I was like, no, this is just routine procedure. Anytime there's an in-flight emergency, that's a standard operating procedure, no matter how minor or serious the emergency is. So, I mean, just in case anything goes wrong, they're immediately on scene to put out any fires or whatever if there is something. Normally what they'll do is the pilots will get to the end of the runway and they'll stop, and then they'll communicate with the fire chief. Usually with hand signals or whatever. Fire chief will, or whoever will look, will do like a quick little walk around, whatever is necessary, and then when they deem that when both sides determine that there's no threat of a fire or other major safety concern, then they give the pilot the signal that it's all clear and that the pilots can actually taxi back to a gate like normal. There, anyway, ended up doing that. Then they told us they couldn't get us on any other flights going out that day. There was just too much other passenger traffic, and all the other flights were booked. So they told us, we're going to put you up in a hotel over in Brighton, and we'll get you guys all out of here tomorrow. So I ended up flying out on, the hell was it? I think it might have been an American Airlines flight or something. I know it was a DC-10 that I was on the Northwest flight, and then whatever the flight was that I flew out on the next morning was an MD-11, which is very similar to a DC-10. I want to say it was a non-stop from there to Dallas, if I remember right. Like 11-hour flight. You don't miss really much. Just chit chatting. There's a CHP going the other way right there. Doesn't look like he's going that fast. Like maybe he's looking for a place to turn or something. Yeah, he's got his brake lights on now. What's he doing? Yeah, he looks like he might be getting her to cross back over. Or he's checking, I think he might be getting ready to check on that RV over there on the right shoulder on the other side. Yeah, it looks like he's stopping behind the RV to see what's going on. Yeah, I'm already west of Needles. I'm at about the 120 mile marker now. Coming up on Water Road. Still have 3.5 hours left on my clock. And it's only about 2.5 or maybe a little over 2.5 hours from here to my place. Yeah, it was just a little storytelling time about the flight I was on, a commercial flight out of London, where one of the engines shut down in flight. Because there was an Quora article where someone had asked, what was the craziest thing you've heard a pilot say to you in one of your flights?
David Anderson, frequent flyer and traveler. Answered September 21, 2019, upvoted by Sarong Route Business Analyst at Extensia, Mobile Cloud and Design, 2017 present. Author has 1.6k answers and 393.7k answer views. A woman got on a plane in New York headed to Los Angeles. The plane was continuing on to Seattle, but she was only going to Los Angeles. After the plane got to 35,000 feet and the pilot turned off the seatbelt sign, she got up, gathered up her things and moved up to first class. One of the flight attendants approached her and pointed out that she had an economy ticket and needed to move back to her assigned seat. She replied, "I'm blonde. I'm beautiful. I deserve first class." No amount of explanation could convince her to move. She went back to the galley and told the lead flight attendant, who went to speak with the woman. She got the same response, "I'm blonde, and I'm beautiful. I deserve first class." The first officer happened to be passing the galley and heard the flight attendants discussing this woman. He said, "I'll take care of it." He went to the woman and whispered something in her ear. She looked at him and asked, "Really?" And he replied, "Yes, ma'am." She got up, gathered things and returned to her seat in economy. The flight attendants asked the first officer, "What did you say to her?" He replied, "I told her that first class did not stop in LA." 188.6k views. View 13.7k upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by J. D. Mark. About the author. David Anderson. Hawaii property owner, teller of tall tales, amazing liar. M.A. Human Behavior and Sarcasm, School of Hard Knocks, graduated 1956. 393.7k content views, 84.6k this month. In other languages. In Spanish. Que hizo alguien en un avión que te hizo decir, estás bromeando? View 54 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy, terms, contact. Open an app. Article 18 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the best case of you just picked a fight with the wrong person that you've witnessed? Tom Watkins, former technology, management, R&D, economics consultant at BDM, Inc. 1988-2008. Updated September 15, 2019. Upvoted by Niklas Olofsson, MS. BA Law and Informatics, Umeå University, 1999, and Robert L. Lamoureux, J.D. Law, George Mason University School of Law, 1987. Author has 2.8k answers and 4.7 meters answer views. I was a cop on Guam for a short time back in the 70s. Guam is sort of a crossroads of the Pacific. It had 5 different military bases back then: AF, Naval Air Station, Naval Base, Submarine Base, and Coast Guard. It was also a major attraction for Japanese tourists and had residents from all over Asia and the Pacific. Called him Chu. Chu was short, about 5 feet 3 inches or so, and of small stature, but Chu then grabbed a pepper shaker from a table and proceeded to dump it directly in the nose of that same guy. Chu then went back to the guy doing the splits and put his boot on the guy's balls. Then he leaned over him and, in a calm, quiet voice, said, "Are you going to stay down?" The Samoan said, "Yes, sir." Chu then grabbed a cloth napkin from a table, dumped some beer on it, handed it to the peppered guy, and helped him to sit up on the floor. This all happened in about 20 seconds. I had hesitated to act when I first came in, and then I didn't know what else to do. By the time I figured it out, it was over. I helped Chu handcuff the 2 Samoans to each other. While doing that, I said to Chu, "Nice job." He replied, "No sense in hurting anyone." I agreed. To appreciate this the way I do, you need to know that throughout the Pacific, Samoans are known for being big and powerful and very strong. There are few people that challenge them and even fewer that win such challenges. The contrast between these 2 Samoans and Chu was like a modern-day David and Goliath. If you didn't know Chu, you'd laugh at the thought of him taking on these 2 drunks that were each 2 or 3 times his size. During the follow-up, I heard the bartender say that the Samoans must be new in town. I asked how he knew that. He said that anyone from around here would know better than to mess with Chu. 24.6k views. View 2.1k upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Tom Watkins. 70 plus YRS observing, teaching and living, I learned good. Former technology, management, R&D, economics consultant at BDM, Inc. 1988-2008. Lives in New Denver, BC. 4.7 meters content views, 131.4k this month. Top writer 2018. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy, terms, contact. Open an app. Article 19 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What did you do when an aggressive driver got out of their car and wanted to fight? William Smith owned many and driven even more fine cars. I've been very lucky in that regard. Answered December 12, 2019. Author has 2.9k answers and 3.7 meters answer views. I was with another cop in his personal vehicle. We just had some coffee and were going home. Hit some afternoon traffic. This car next to us tried to cut us off and almost hit our car as he tried cramming his car into the little space between our car and the car in front. My friend honked and he backed off. Traffic opened up a bit and we drove on in the same lane. That idiot comes speeding up on my side, window down, honking and waving his hand at us like he wants to say hi, but with only one finger. Then he speeds up ahead of us, still waving his hand out the window with one hand, then he cuts us off in front and stops his car, on the freeway. Thank God it still was a little congested so cars behind us could stop in time. His door flew open and he comes out, waving both hands and throwing them up like he is challenging us and cussing and ranting with hunched shoulders and approached us deliberately in an aggressive manner. My friend and I have seen enough, and without saying anything to each other, both of us exited his car with our badges and gun and yelled, "Police officers, freeze." The idiot took another step forward, froze with a deer in the headlights look, put both hands up very high in surrender and yelled like it's our fault. How was I supposed to know you guys cops? Really? What would you have done if we weren't? He then ran back into his car and sped off and exited the next off-ramp. 3.9k views. View 37 upvoters. View sharers. About the author. William Smith. Lifelong curmudgeon. Deal with it.
Chances are, if you have to get out of, if you get out of your car at all or anything related to another driver, it's not a good thing.
0.8k this month. View 43 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 20 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Police officers, or suspects sometimes not handcuffed, is depicted occasionally on films and television. Have you ever arrested someone without handcuffing them? Tim O'Fry, retired cop, geek, serial entrepreneur, father, husband. Answered December 13, 2019. Author has 577 answers and 1.9 meters answer views. SOP was to secure the hands behind the body using handcuffs. We did not have flexi cuffs at the time. There were rare circumstances where this was not possible. 3 examples I can recall were: amputee, one arm was amputated above the elbow, there was nothing to handcuff him to. His was intoxicated and, as I recall, passed out en route. A very pregnant woman. I was concerned that doing so would cause undue physical distress. Wasn't thrilled with arresting her in the first place. Shoplifting charge. A very, and I mean extremely big man. With his arms as far back as was physically possible, a single set of cuffs didn't come close. A second set would reach, but getting him into the back seat cuffed like this would have required a shoehorn and a lot of pushing, and we may have to disassemble the car to get him out. 3 of us stood around for several minutes pondering this situation, much to the bemusement of the arrestee. When the sergeant had someone go to the precinct and pick up the paddy wagon, we rarely ran these. What we needed was one of the waist chains and restraints that are used for prisoner transport, but we did not have access to those during my career. There are always exceptions, and sometimes you need to improvise. As long as shit doesn't go sideways, no one will care. But if a problem arose and you had not followed SOP, there would be consequences. View 3 upvoters. About the author. Tim O'Fry. Retired cop, geek, serial entrepreneur, father, husband. Former sergeant at DeKalb County Police 1973-1990. B.S. Criminal Justice and Psychology, Brenau University. Lives in Georgia. 1.9 meters content views 34.8k this month. Top writer 2018. Published writer Business Insider and Police One. View 5 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 21 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Have you ever witnessed someone being fired? Mark the Mace, former team leader at Target 2006-2010. Answered July 29, 2018. Author has 299 answers and 3.4 meters answer views. I once had a supervisor who, to put it succinctly, wasn't a nice person. She was rude, demanding, sarcastic, and mean. We fought continually and sometimes embarrassingly openly. So one day, I'm in the break room at work and our cart attendant, Trevor, comes in. Trevor is a young man with a mild developmental disability who everybody liked. He's crying. Naturally, I asked him why. Heather, our boss, had assigned Trevor a task, and when Trevor finished it, he went to Heather to ask what he should do next. Heather didn't take it well and snapped at him, saying, "Figure it out yourself, you effing retard." I told Trevor that kind of response was absolutely unacceptable and that he should immediately go to the store manager to report her. I talked to him a while but then had to go back to work. I sincerely hoped that Trevor would make a report. Half an hour later I walked past the management offices and saw Heather walking out of the store manager's office. She was crying. Another employee asked why, and Heather said, "I've just been fired." I really didn't expect any consequences to happen that fast, especially when I saw Trevor later and he said he never even reported Heather to the store manager. Instead, what happened is even better. When Heather snapped at Trevor, it so happened that she did it on the sales floor of the store. ... One aisle over from where the district manager's wife was shopping, and heard every word.
Oops. ...
The district manager's wife got the district manager on the phone, and the DM called the store manager, and the store manager called Heather into the office.
Wow. ...
Like they say, payback say. ... 93.2k views. View 11.9k upvoters.
Serves you right.
View sharers. About the author. Mark the Mace. Assistant store manager. Studied at East High School, graduated 1976. Lived in Boulder, CO 0-0. 3.4 meters. Content views 159.6k this month. In other language.
Yeah, that's one of those good examples of you should always be mindful of what you say at home, because you never know who else might be listening. You never know who other people are, what things mean to them, or how capable they are of getting word out to somebody you don't want to know if you are saying something you shouldn't be saying. One of the reasons too why when I post on my Facebook, it's almost always publicly, because I've always because of other experiences, I've had this belief that if you don't want the rest of the world to know it, you shouldn't post it in the first place. It doesn't matter what privacy setting it's at. It only takes one person who has access to it, even in a smaller audience, to get it out across to the rest of the world if it's something bad.
Article 22 of 116. Answer: Quora. Open an app. Sign in. If you are on guard duty and a major says, "No one is allowed through this door without my permission," and then a major general demands that you let them in, what do you do or say?
You don't let them in.
Daniel Irwin. Answer: June 10, 2019. Upvoted by Norbert Schack, Ph.D. Law and Constitutional Law, John Paul II, Catholic University of Lublin, 2008. Author has 2.7k answers and 896.2k answer
Be
views.
respectful and say I'm doing.
Lieutenant, Colonel wants to get into our secure rooms, in the basement of a building. There is an MP guarding the only entrance, a large steel door, that stayed open during working hours but would have taken a boatload of C4 to break into. The lieutenant call forgot his ID badge. So even though he's been here before, the MP won't let him in. Insists he return to his residence, get the badge in return. Lieutenant Call is having none of this. So after a minute of arguing, he tells the MP, "I'm going in there. You can't stop me." He didn't get 2 steps before he heard the sound of an M16 charging handle being pulled and the MP telling him to stop. "I will shoot you." Of course the LT Call is angry. He's screaming at the MP, who still has his weapon trained on him.
Lieutenant Colonel's an
Fortunately, the company CO appeared. He was only a captain. He told the LT Call the MP was just doing his job, and he needed to leave until he could get his ID badge. The LT Call leaves. Our CO called Battalion HQ and explained what just happened. We never saw that LT Call again. The MP received a letter of commendation. 22k views. View 1.9k upvoters. View sharers.
Okay, so letter of commendation, obviously it's a letter of praise. Now, anytime you get a letter of commendation, it's always in front of everybody in your unit at a commander's call. The commander award, the unit commander actually awards you with it. And it's not always written or given or written specifically by the unit commander. In fact, I got one from when I was in Italy. Had a Belgian C-130 come in with fought out nose tire. Basically had a big, huge safety pin that went through the tire. And it was two safety pins connected to each other by a chain. And it was a big one, too. I don't know how the tire wasn't leaking or flat, whatever, when the plane landed. It had come, can't remember where the aircraft took off from. Might have been Germany or something like Ramstein Air Base, Germany. Then it came into Aviano when they needed a couple of crew chiefs to change the nose tires because of the fog. So, I mean, I was just doing my job. It's, supporting whatever mission. And this Belgian C-130 was on its way to, I guess, over to Kosovo to do mapping just before the Kosovo War started. And I guess, there were a lot of higher ranking people on the aircraft, I guess, from what it sounded like. I didn't see them, but basically just did the tire change for them. Myself and the other person who helped me were done within less than 30 minutes, and had them back on the way. And later on, several months later, whatever, I go to a commander's call, and they call me up there, and they give me a letter of commendation because of that. Now, it's not like a super prestigious award, but it's it's one of those. They're getting recognized for stuff where in front of the entire squadron for something that you did that was good. Communication navigation guys, or ComNav. I remember he had actually gotten what's called an airman's medal, which is actually a ribbon medal, whatever, for Air Force people. You have to basically save somebody's life in a peacetime situation, if I remember right. And this guy, I guess, was it somebody's, I think a neighbor's house caught fire or something like that. And I think I guess he noticed it, whatever, and then he went rushing over to their place, and then found out there were people in there, and ended up, or I can't remember if it was that or if there was a car accident or something along that line. I think it was the house fire, though, if I remember. It's been so long. But I remember them telling a story about what he did to earn that airman's medal, and it was like, wow, it's basically his actions help preserve life. Yeah, it's always good for a lot of people to hear about that kind of stuff. But at the same time, I can also see the other argument, because I'm also one of the kind of guys who, if I do something like that, I'm not going to let you know about it. Normally, I don't go blabbing to the world that I did this or that good deed. I don't think it's good moral to do that. You do that kind of thing because you're expected to do it, because that's the right thing to do. If you're doing it just to get recognition for it, then it's you got the wrong reason for doing things. That's why some
Article 23 of 116.
Goddamn.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. As a pilot, what is your most memorable flight? Why? Greg Colm, Captain, Airbus A319-320th, retired at United Airlines. Answer, June 29, 2019, upvoted by Paul Tomlin, licensed private pilot. PP Asalia with high performance and complex endorsements. And Jerome Kiter, private pilot, instrument rated. Aircraft owner since 1998. Author has 61 answers and 99.5k answer views. The time we had Bob Newhart on board, you'll probably have to be over 50 to get this. It was an evening flight from Los Angeles to Orlando in 2000. About an hour out, the flight attendant came up and told us that Bob was on board in first class. She hadn't noticed earlier, as he was very polite and quiet, and just another passenger. She put it together when looking at her passenger list to thank them by name as we neared Orlando. I was the captain, 47 at the time, and the flight attendant and my first officer were in their early 30s. They knew who he was, but only from his 2 comedy TV shows, not from his earlier work in stand-up. I, on the other hand, had grown up listening to my dad play his comedy records in the 60s and 70s. I pulled out one of my business cards, wrote a message on it, and asked her to give it to him. The message said, "Bob, would you mind stopping by the cockpit on the way into Orlando and pointing it out to us?" They had no idea what this meant, so I told them about an old stand-up routine he used to do called the Grace L. Ferguson Airline and Storm Door Company, where Bob sets up things by telling about a very low-budget flight he took to Hawaii as a young man on a 3-day pass from the military. The bit involved the captain coming back to talk to the passengers at cruise since the PA didn't work. It's a great routine, and I suggest you listen to it to really understand the feel. During the bit, the captain asks any of the passengers if they've been to Hawaii before, and apparently one man had, so the captain asked him, "It's kind of liver-shaped, isn't it?" Then he asks the passenger if he'd mind stopping by the cockpit on the way in and pointing it out. Anyway, the first officer and flight attendant didn't think he would get it, and I said not to worry, he would. The flight attendant went back, and returned a few minutes later with a folded piece of paper with a note to me from him. It said, "Captain Greg, I think it's liver-shaped. Bob." We invited him to come by the cockpit once we parked at the gate, and he did, sitting on our jump seat and talking with us for several minutes. He was a delightful guy, seemingly excited to get a close-up look at the cockpit, while we were just as dazzled to be talking with him. That was enough, but to really impress on you what a gentleman he was, about a week later a signed picture and videotape showed up at my house. The tape had that routine on it, and his signature read, "Greg, great flying with you. Bob." 32.1k views. View 1.8k upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by Zachary Bird. About the author. Greg Colm. Master's degree in business, UNL 1977. Captain, Airbus A319-320th, retired at United Airlines. BS Computer Science, University of California, Urbana, graduated 1974. Lives in Denver, CO. 99.5k content views 6.4k this month. View 47 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact.
That's actually not a bad shade of purple there either. You know, a lot of guys don't like purple. I like the darker shades of purple. That one's kind of cool looking there.
Dedicated commercial truck drivers and keep them. What makes a truck driver want to stay with a company? Marlon Woosley, retired. Answered December 13, 2019. Author has 1.3k answers and 823.9k answer views. I assume that you are speaking of a regular route long-haul trucking. I have been both a driver and a driver manager. There are a lot things in style of management. Never screw up on driver pay or time at home. Never lie to a driver. Always keep communicating even in the for your screw-ups in the other 3. Driver pay can be fairly complex. Mistakes will be made. How those mistakes are handled makes a difference. Shorting a driver $15 for a trailer shuttle because of poor data entry might not seem like a big deal, but it will erode trust quickly if done often and not corrected quickly. Drivers need to get home regularly. Most of them understand that they will miss some special events, but some events are too special to miss. Perception is 90% of reality. If the driver believes that you lied to him, it does not matter that you did not. Free-flowing communication is key to everything. Only when a driver feels that he is free to approach his manager about anything, at any time, will there be a bond that can repair shortfalls in the other 3 points. He needs to know that he was heard and that resolution occurred. Bonus, if you want more helpful information, type key principles of managing people into your search field. You will net a plethora of links. Most will want into your pocket for the full package. You have to decide if it is worth it. I lived by these 3 key principles as a driver manager. Maintain and enhance self-esteem. Listen and respond with empathy. Ask for help in solving problems. The change that you want will not come overnight. There has to be a complete shift in the culture of
Nice paint job on that motorcycle in the back of that truck.
managers, and staff will have to be on board in order to effect the change and hold the course. Good luck to you. 35 views. Answer requested by Jimmy Thomas. About the author. Marlon Woosley. Retired. Studied social sciences and history at various. Lived in Iowa 0 to 0. 824.8k content views, 160.2k this month. View one other answer to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 25 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Have you ever been in a semi-truck when it tipped over? What was your experience, and what happened? David Blades works at retirement. Answer, December 13, 2019. Author has 3k answers and 252.4k answer views. It was an open trailer. Sheet metal on the floor with cast iron frames on top. That made it top heavy. It was a windy day. I went around a left-hand turn-in. All of a sudden the driver's side trailer wheels came off the ground. The truck landed on the right side. I'm strapped to the seat by the seatbelt. I look at the passenger window and all I see is asphalt. I climbed out the driver window. Luckily I was okay. It was wild. 35 views. About the author. David Blades. Worked at retirement. Studied at some college. Lives in Thailand.
Now, a lot of those accidents, if they roll over onto the driver's side, they don't. A lot of times they don't end well for the driver. A lot of times the driver's head will slam down onto the glass on the ground and end up getting killed.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What are some little known facts about reality television that you can share as an insider? Paul Tootle Sr., founder of Orange County Choppers. Answer, December 12, 2019. I can only speak for the reality television we do. I personally could never do scripted, because I can't memorize a line. I always believed it was important to keep reality television real. I always believed it was important to keep reality television real. What most people don't know about reality television is that even though the scenes might be real, editing can play a big role in how the show is completed. We filmed over 200 hours to get one 42-minute episode, so you can imagine how much winds up on the editing floor.
Yeah.
I am sure most of you could relate to being filmed for 200 hours while you're working. It is not always easy. You could also get 40 minutes of bad moments out of those 200 hours and string them together. Not saying I am perfect, but this note, Paul Sr. is the host of the new podcast Behind the Scenes at OCC. Subscribe today on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, or wherever you listen to podcasts. 567 views. View 24 upvoters. Answer requested by Gus Andonagui, Bob Miller, and 28 more. About the author. Paul Tootle Sr., founder of Orange County Choppers. Owner at Orange County Choppers. Lived in New York 0 to 0. 3.4k content views, 3.4k this month. Session host, December 12, 2019. View question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 27 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What's it like to sit through an airbag deployment in a crash? Randy Rocky, studied senior instructor, collision investigator, transport fleet driver management, safety supervisor at DE. Answered December 12, 2019. Author has 1K answers and 269.7K answer views. Tried it on a wreck. It's like being hit with a pillow on steroids. Not fun. You will see stars, or birdies, afterward, and your ears will ring painfully for a time. While I sat way back, in real life you will likely be close enough to possibly break a nose or cut your lips. If you are wearing glasses, they can cut into the bridge of your nose. No matter what happens, that's much better than having no airbag. One injury without is having your head whipped violently forward and causing major spinal trauma. Not good. 21 views. You one upvoter. Answer requested by Gabriel Young and Ilan Quirk. About the author. Randy Rocky. Licensed provincial driver examiner 2019 present. Studied senior instructor, collision investigator, transport fleet driver management, safety supervisor at Department of National Defence Canada. Lived in Edmonton, AB 0-0. 269.7K content views 13.4K this month. View 30 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 28 of 116. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Do Air Force pilots shoot the enemy pilots who ejected from their planes?
No, that's a war crime.
Cheer who? I'm explaining aerospace-related technology at the museum.
That's a
Answer
violation
December
of the law
12,
of
2019.
conflict.
Author has 250 answers and 4.1 meters answer views. Why don't we fire the parachuting pilot? There are 3 reasons. 1. As a captive, the pilot is too valuable. During the war, the pilot was hard currency. China only exchanged 11 American pilots for Qian Zusin back. Imagine how valuable a pilot is. We Chinese often say that Qian Zusin can be worth 5 US divisions by himself. Yes, as the founder of modern sci and tech in China, Qian Zusin is one of the top aerospace scientists in the world. Let's do a simple calculation. In the US, 1 division equals 14,000 people. 5 divisions are 14000 x 5 equals 70,000 people equals 1 Qian Zusin equals 11 pilots. 1 pilot equals 6,363 people, about half a division. Because parachuted pilots don't carry heavy weapons, usually pistols. That is to say, after parachuting, their combat effectiveness will be lost, so the parachuting pilot approximately equals captive. Why are pilots so expensive? In WW2, such as Midway Island naval battle, an experienced pilot may sink an aircraft carrier in just a dive. This kind of military exploits cannot be achieved by any other kind of corps. Experienced pilots in any country are most precious. Even if they are captured, their country will try to change them back. After all, the training cost of qualified pilots is extremely high, so that when the pilots survive to seek help, we can ambush the troops who come to rescue. In addition, the capture of pilots can also be used to exchange our high-value captive of war. Most of the pilots are officers. Because of the particularity of their positions and tasks, they often master extremely important military information and clues, and the pilots who have lost their aircraft do not have any threat. For the weak side, if you can kidnap pilots, you may be able to directly force the strong side to cease fire if you operate properly. The official saying of preferential treatment of captive is based on the spirit of humanitarianism. In fact, to psychologically propagandize after capture, more enemies will surrender. If you kill the captive, all the enemies in the future will put up a desperate fight rather than surrender. This will increase your difficulty in the war. 2. Chivalry, touched in passing, stop it where it should. The role of early pilots as role models. Because of the technical and resource threshold of the aviation movement, most of the early pilots came from higher backgrounds, many of them were aristocratic. In the early days of World War I, when aircraft was only used for investigation, the pilots communicated with each other and greeted each other through gestures and flight movements, gradually forming the communication mode and rules between the enemy and our air. Later, despite the deterioration of the war situation and the upgrade of the military equipment, pilots began to fight among themselves, but the chivalry in the traditional war was still manifested in the new war form of Air Knight. Eric Hartmann, the world's #1 ace in air combat history, shot down 352 enemy aircraft. Hartman never shoots the parachuting pilots. In fact, it's a consensus among the pilots fighting in the sky: if you shoot the opponent who is parachuting today, the one who is shot tomorrow may be you who is parachuting. Hartman shot down 352 enemy planes in WW2, but he also had 2 parachute jumps and 14 forced landings. One of his most dangerous battles was to tangle with P-51 on the Western Line. At the absolute disadvantage of 1 versus 4, he killed 1 P-51. After he injured 1, his was shot down. But just because he never shoot the parachuting pilots, the American pilot flew to a close distance and made a gesture to him and then let him go. Fighter is the weapon of the pilot. Once shot down and parachuted, he will lose his weapon. It's the knight's morality not to kill the man who lost his weapon. But first of all, you should understand that the root of chivalry morality is: this time I let you go, next time if I'm unlucky, you should show your mercy. Knight's ransom system. Brother, look, my weapons are all gone today. Could you give me a way out? When you are in trouble next time, I will let you slip through the net. Is it okay? Fighting is just fighting. When lose weapons, they will not be soldiers. What they need at this time is to live. Why don't we shoot the parachuting pilot? Its essential significance lies in self-insurance, which is to establish a conventional tacit agreement on the rules for protecting parachuting pilot. Even the first ace pilot may be forced to parachute. Because he usually does not shoot parachute jumpers, under the double constraints of morality plus guild regulations, everyone shoots less parachuting pilot as possible, so the fundamental significance of this is to self-preservation. Of course, shoot parachuting pilot is not technically difficult. The cases of shooting and killing parachuting pilot are usually revenge for relatives and friends, or totally inhuman heartless, such as Japanese Army in WW2, they will retaliate it several times by opponents. In this case, keeping a little humanity is the greatest protection for yourself. Compared with air war, sea war and land war are multi-factor, multi-platform and multi-unit melee. The form of air combat is basically 1-to-1, 2-to-2 air combat. This kind of combat mode of driving and mounting, single combat, is similar to the medieval knight duel, so it is reasonable to highlight the knight spirit. 3. Flying itself is high risk. Due to the simple system and structure, the loss of pilots due to aircraft accidents in WW1 was 3 times higher than that in air combat. Even in the WW2, when the aviation technology is perfect and mature, the loss of aircraft and pilots in flight accidents is still 5% more than that in air combat, becoming the #1 pilot killer.
Did not know that.
Only by rough statistics, in the 98 years since the death of Lieutenant Selfridge in the first military flight accident in 1908, about 450,000 people have been killed in the military flight. In the face of heavy waves, sailing itself is not easy. To provide help to a strange ship is not only to save people but also to save themselves. Otherwise, we will fall into the prisoner's dilemma of double lose-lose. Therefore, even in war, shooting drowned survivors is often regarded as piracy, which will be dealt with by moral condemnation or even military law. In the same way, from the perspective of the pilot, it's hard to fly without any harm, and it's even more difficult to jump successfully. Therefore, the behavior of attacking parachute also needs to bear moral pressure. 22.3K views. View 367 upvoters.
Yeah, we're also taught in the military it's illegal to shoot a parachuting near a crew member.
Or native and fluent Tilda. Former museum docent at Shanghai 2017.
Now, if it's
University of Science.
Stop. Now, if it's a wave of paratroopers getting airdropped, dropped to the ground, whatever, who just jumped out of a perfectly good airplane and they're parachuting to the ground and they all have rifles, and that's another story. But a pilot parachuting from a shot down aircraft, no, you can't do that.
Article 29 of 116. Answer: Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most clever way you have seen someone respond to road rage? Stephen James, lives in Columbia, Mo, 2019 present. Answered December 12, 2019. Author has 254 answers and 177.8k answer views. I don't know if this will fit the question or not, but here goes. I was one of 2 people involved in this incident. You need to know some things about me first to understand what happened and the things I said. I am 52 years old, 6 feet 7 inches tall, 250 pounds, so older and not small. I drive a early 2000s Toyota Tacoma pickup, 2-wheel drive. Get a picture in your head. He's standing next to it. I am going north on a 4-lane city street. I am on the inside lane, no one near me in any direction. I have this little 4-door matchbox of a Chevy car pull out of the McDonald's. It crosses both lanes and cut me off heading north.
Okay, I already heard that. Pretty fair amount of traffic coming from behind now.
People shot at Chicago house party. Pastor laments mass violence. Just another shooting in gun-plagued city. Chicago, at least 2 gunmen opened fire early Sunday at a house party in Chicago, wounding 13 people and sparking bedlam as partygoers fleeing for safety encountered more shooting on the street outside, police said. Patrol Chief Fred Waller said 2 people were in custody. One was armed with a revolver, the other had suffered a gunshot wound at the party in the Englewood neighborhood on the city's south side, he said. There was a dispute where shots were fired inside, Waller said. The people started to spill out, and as they spilled out, more shots were fired. So we have about 3 shooting scenes. Waller said the party was a memorial for someone who had been killed in April. He described a chaotic scene but said officers arrived within minutes and were assisting the wounded before ambulances arrived. Some of the outside shooting was caught on police surveillance video, he said. Victims ranged in age from 16 to 48, he said, and the violence appeared to stem from a personal dispute as opposed to a gang-related attack. New trial sought challenge an ex-Chicago Bear girlfriend's death to proceed. The Rev. Michael Flieger, who serves as senior pastor at nearby St. Sabina Church, said that too often guns are used to express pain, anger and frustration.
Yep, that's true. These people don't know how to deal with anger issues any other way. Got a 64 car pile up on I-64. Room and board, classic contemporary home furnishings.
Boeing Starliner spacecraft returns to Earth, lands in New Mexico after failed mission, Fox News. Close. Video. Boeing Starliner lands in New Mexico after failing to reach ISS. Boeing's unmanned CST-100 Starliner spacecraft makes an early landing at White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. Boeing's new Starliner spacecraft landed in the New Mexico desert on Sunday morning, days after the NASA mission failed because the capsule's clock was improperly set, and the capsule ended up in the wrong orbit.
Oops.
The Starliner returned to Earth, landing in the Army's White Sands Missile Range after it was launched by the Atlas V rocket Friday morning.
There's a JCT coming the other way.
The capsule's clock was not synced up properly with the timing on the rocket, and it ultimately ended up in the wrong orbit. Mission Control called the Starliner's touchdown in New Mexico a success. Related, Boeing Starliner fails mission, won't reach ISS after launch debut. Shortly after its launch on Friday, NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine tweeted the Starliner had a mission elapsed time met anomaly causing the spacecraft to believe that it was in an orbital insertion burn, when it was not. Because #Starliner believed it was in an orbital insertion burn, or that the burn was complete, the dead bands were reduced and the spacecraft burned more fuel than anticipated to maintain precise control, he added. This precluded at Space_Station Rendezvous. An industry source with knowledge of the matter told Fox News on Friday that the Atlas rocket performed as intended, placing the Starliner into orbit. Sent into space with only a test dummy, named Rosie the Rocketeer, after Rosie the Riveter from World War II, in order to prepare for a flight with a real crew next year, the Starliner was supposed to spend a week at the International Space Station. It was also supposed to deliver holiday presents, clothes and food to the space station crew. But because of the mishap, the station docking was scrapped, and Boeing and NASA decided to bring the spacecraft home as soon as possible. Beer in orbit, why space is the next frontier for alcohol. We started the clock at the wrong time, Jim Chilton, a senior vice president for Boeing, said Saturday. As a result of starting the clock at the wrong time, the spacecraft upon reaching space thought she was later in the mission and, being autonomous, started to behave that way. The Boeing CST-100 Starliner spacecraft landed in White Sands, NM, on Sunday, Dec. 22, 2019. Aubrey Gemignani, NASA VAP. A large group of people watched the Starliner's initial flight take off from Cape Canaveral Air Force Station last week. It was visible for at least 5 minutes, but as news of a setback began to emerge, the mood quickly turned negative. NASA officials deferred to Boeing for updates. Boeing, which has been working on the Starliner since 2010, was awarded a $4 billion contract by NASA in 2014 to work on the Starliner, as it looks to compete with SpaceX, NASA's other commercial crew provider. Boeing's Starliner hit snag, will not make it to International Space Station. In March, the Elon Musk-led company successfully completed a similar demonstration. SpaceX has one more hurdle, a launch abort test, before it will carry 2 NASA astronauts on its Dragon capsule, which could happen as soon as spring 2020. Orbit is hard, SpaceX founder and chief executive Elon Musk said in a tweet to Boeing. Best wishes for landing and swift recovery to next mission. Click here to get the Fox News app. It's been nearly 9 years since NASA astronauts have launched from the U.S. The last time was July 8, 2011, when Atlantis, now on display at Kennedy Space Center, made the final space shuttle flight. Since then, NASA astronauts have traveled to and from the space station via Kazakhstan, courtesy of the Russian Space Agency, costing the space agency $86 million per ride. Fox News' Chris Chacha and James Rogers and the Associated Press contributed to this report.
Well, I guess that's one problem you have with automated flights that you won't necessarily have with manned flights. If there was a real flight crew on board, they'd know when it's the right time to do that pre-orbital burn or whatever the hell they call it. A lot of money wasted on that, sounds like, over basically it sounds like a mistake made on sinking still going in and out of your trailer. Yeah, you know, when you get more rain here, it does get nicer looking. Not too often we see that, but it does happen, so occasionally. Yeah, probably quality checking the product, inventorying and quality checking now, I bet. Got a Swift coming the other way. Is that 5 to 4 now, I think? JCT coming the other way. Black Freightliner, black Kenworth, I mean. Oh, fuel's fine. I maxed out my tanks in Jamestown. I still got 5/8 fuel. Yeah, I won't have any issues at all with that. Other trucks coming up to pass me now. This first one's a yellow one though. Roadrunner. There's a wrecker over here with a truck with maybe a burnt down trailer or something. Yeah, it looked like the trailer caught fire. So the heaviest damage is to the front of the trailer. you go to cad.chp.ca.gov and go to the Barstow Com area, you probably see that incident in the log there. And might get they might have some detail on it. You go, boy. I passed that prime earlier, I think in Arizona though. Edelweiss ditch. JCT coming the other way. Silver Freightliner. A little far away to tell what the truck number was. Or Hulu or something, so I don't always watch TV shows, but you know, those kind of, you know, you get some interesting stuff with when you got rotators, or also known as wreckers, involved. So stuff, but I guess. He said there was always a variety. Like every single call was different. Yeah, you get some that might get stuck in a ditch, whatever. But then accidents are always, you know, unique situations. I shouldn't even say accidents. I'd rather say crashes or collisions or mishaps. sure if they plan to widen this road at all. I kind of have doubts on that, and I think there's more of a justification to widen I-15 than there is this part. The traffic traffic from Barstow to Vegas, it gets really heavy a lot. So I think if they're going to put any money into widening either of these interstates going out of Barstow, they should focus on the I-15 stretch going up toward Nevada. Not really sure what they have going on over here with what is going on. I don't know if it's like flight control stuff that they're working on, or just some landscape, or whatever. I'm actually curious myself. Yeah, 58's definitely a nice change. Be even better when they're completely done with it, because they were still working on the railroad crossing area, like the area east of the railroad crossing on the eastbound side last time I went through there. So they were having the eastbound traffic cross over into the number one westbound lane until it got, for a few miles, whatever, until it moved back over. Rodwell Wash. I got the Ludlow exit coming up ahead about 4 miles. Wonder when they're ever going to finish renovating the what is it, 76 or whatever it is over there.
Boy kidnapped in 1964 found through ancestry sites. Chicago, AP, a Michigan man recently identified as the newborn boy snatched from his mother in 1964 by someone posing as a maternity ward nurse was found through commercial ancestry websites after the man or a child of his submitted DNA to the sites to learn more about their family tree, a genetic genealogist who played a role in the discovery told the Associated Press Friday. Recent media reports have said the now 55-year-old man living in rural Michigan was the 2-day-old child of Chester and Dora Franchak, abducted on April 27, 1964, from a Chicago hospital. Those reports have not provided details about how he was located, other than to say DNA was involved. But genealogist Cece Moore revealed in a phone interview that she and an adopted son of the Franchaks, Paul Franchak, submitted DNA from one of the kidnapped boy's close relatives to the ancestry sites in 2014 in what she described as a genetic fishing expedition. The DNA was submitted to Ancestry.com, 23andMe.com, MyHeritage.com and FamilyTreatment.com, which, combined, have around 30 million DNA records, Moore said. After Moore and Paul Franchak submitted the DNA, all they could do was wait and hope for a long-shot occurrence that the kidnapped boy, now adult, or one of his own offspring would submit DNA to one of the ancestry sites. They finally got a notification last year through one of the sites that there was a match, Moore said. The notification included identifiers and ways to communicate with those who submitted the matched DNA. Citing concerns about infringing on the privacy of the man and the Franchak family, Moore declined to offer several key details, including the man's name and where he lives in Michigan. Dora Franchak was 28 when her newborn son was abducted. She's now in her 80s and still lives in the Chicago area. The most important thing is that he and his mother have a reunion, Moore told the AP. Our greatest wish is for that to happen. Moore couldn't say why a reunion hasn't yet happened. Moore would not say who submitted the DNA that proved the Michigan man was the kidnapped boy. But she did say that the person wasn't forced to submit the DNA through any legal or criminal proceedings. She said her understanding was that the motivation for sending in the DNA, as is the motivation for most people who use the DNA service companies, was general curiosity about ancestry. An FBI statement issued this week confirmed the investigation remains open and agents continue to pursue leads. But the statement stopped short of confirming the reports that the Michigan man was the child abducted 5 decades ago, first by Las Vegas television station CLOS and then by Chicago's WGN-TV. The stations also did not name the man or say where he lived in Michigan. From her years looking into the case, Moore said she believes the boy was kidnapped by someone who intended to raise him or to sell him to someone who wanted to. The kidnapper took the baby from the hospital where Dora Franchak had given birth in April 1964. In 1966, a boy was found abandoned in New Jersey, and law enforcement officials said at the time that he had ears shaped like those of the baby kidnapped in Chicago. The Franchaks believed him to be their long-lost child. They officially adopted him and named him Paul Franczyk, the name given to the newborn before his kidnapping. Genetic tests that were not available in the 1960s revealed in 2013 that the boy found in New Jersey was not, in fact, the Franchak's son. Snopes.com. Since 1994. Help supercharge Snopes for 2020. We have big plans. We need your help. Become a member.
Pretty windy here. You can probably tell from the way the RV in front of me was tilting to the right. What the wind is like here. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the 20s for the wind speeds.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Do lawyers who are sent to jail act on behalf of other prisoners? Jim Christmas, I'm rebuilding my life after a 4-year prison sentence. Answered March 21, 2019. Author has 838 answers and 16 meters answer views. Originally answered, do lawyers who are sent to jail act on behalf of other prisoners? This was my second and highest bill for legal services from a fellow inmate. Mr. ______ had been an attorney in his former life. He was accused of fraud for the amount of $5,000. He thought to himself, I'm an attorney, I can fight this. I'm sure he gave it his best, but the feds aren't known for losing or for playing fair. Mr. ___ lost his case, and having had the audacity to fight, he was sentenced to 15 years. Imagine that, 15 years or $150,000 of taxpayer money to address a $5,000 problem. No wonder our country is in such sad shape. Anyway, Mr. ____ made his ends meet in prison by doing legal work. Unlike any other lawyer I've ever worked with, he was prompt with his replies, listened, explained, and had visible results for you to see that same day. He even addressed the envelopes and applied postage. I only had to give it a read and sign. All it took for him to accomplish this was access to a little word processor unit. These Palm Pilot relatives were loaned out on a first-come, first-served basis. Mr. ______ handled that with a small bribe to the inmate responsible for loaning the machines. This ensured that he got to keep his works in progress and various blocks of reusable legal jargon. It's often been said that if you aren't a criminal when you're sent to prison, you learn. 19.1K views. View 607 upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Jim Christmas. I've walked.
Kind of reminds me of that one scene in Shawshank Redemption where, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with that movie. Where Andy Dufresne character basically gets life in prison, life sentence, whatever, for killing his wife when he didn't really do it. And there's that one scene in the movie where he's talking to Red, which is Morgan Freeman, about how he wasn't even a criminal when he got into prison, and then he learned how to become a criminal while he was in there. Yolanda. There's a tractor going the other. Actually, two on the row with it's mostly white, but it got purple also.
Article 2 of 87. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. If you tell a police officer you're a sovereign citizen during a traffic stop, what is most likely to happen? Keith Smith, police officer. 2004 present. Updated December 13, 2019. Author has 175 answers and 291.8K answer views. Several years ago I pulled over a sovereign citizen on a traffic stop. I forgot what I stopped him for, but he started spouting that I was traveling and didn't need a license. Nonsense. As soon as I approached the driver's window, told him why I stopped him and asked for his driver's license. At which time I then explained to him that in order to drive a motor vehicle upon a public road or highway in Arkansas he had to have a valid driver's license, and that if he did not give me his DL or his name and date of birth, he would be arrested and held until he could be identified. At which time he started spouting that I was traveling and didn't need a license. Nonsense again. At which time, I ordered him out of the car to arrest him and advised him when he initially refused that he would be forcibly removed and that any resistance would be countered with reasonable force and further charges. At this time he complied and exited the vehicle and was arrested. When being booked at the PD he provided his name and date of birth, which upon being run through ACIC showed that his license was suspended. at which time he was charged with the original violation I stopped him for: obstruction of governmental operations, refusal to submit to arrest, no proof of insurance, and driving on a suspended license, and transported to the county jail, where he stayed for a month and a half until someone bonded him out of jail. When his trial came up, he started trying all the normal sovereign citizen nonsense about jurisdiction and joinder and stuff, at which time the district court judge told him to quit or he would be held in contempt. The sovereign citizen continued to try, and after the first sentence of it was held in contempt and found guilty of all the charges and sentenced to 30 days for the suspended license, 30 days for the refusal to submit to arrest, 30 days for obstruction, and 10 days for contempt of court. All consecutive, with credit for the time he was in jail prior to bonding out. At this time, the sovereign citizen wisely decided to appeal his conviction to circuit court. In another case, a sovereign citizen managed to turn a Class B misdemeanor conviction with a $180 fine and no jail time in district court into a conviction for the same offense with 2 weeks in jail, a $180 fine, and a $50,000 secured appeal bond from circuit court. That particular genius decided the appeal bond, get out of jail the next day, and then consulting a lawyer to pay the $180 and sit in jail for the 12 days left of his sentence. Every time he started causing problems after that, I just asked him if he was trying to see the circuit court judge again. It never failed that he would start stuttering and knock whatever stupid nonsense he was doing off and start acting right after I asked that. The moral of the stories is, don't try being a sovereign citizen unless you really like to pay a lot of fines and spend a lot of time in jail. 38.4K views. View 466 upvoters. About the author: Keith Smith. Police officer. 2004 present. 291.8K content views, 43.2K this month. View 23 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 3 of 87. Military airspace, Quora. Quora. Open an app, sign in. Military airspace. Q. Military airspace. The space to explore military aviation. Main. Questions. People. The U.S. isn't sure what to do with Turkey's F-35s. Yohanan Ben Jacob, former defense and intelligence analyst. Posted Wed. A Business Insider report. The U.S. isn't sure what to do with Turkey's F-35s, and Congress is giving the Pentagon 90 days to figure it out. Turkey preferred the Russian S-400 defense system. Oriana Pollock. Military.com. December 11, 2019, 1:14 a.m. A U.S. Air Force F-35A over Germany, July 23, 2019. U.S. Air Force Tech. SGT. Emerson Nunez. Congress could give the Pentagon up to $30 million to buy and store F-35s meant for Turkey. The stealth jets, which were to be sent to Turkey before the end of the year, can't be sold to the NATO ally unless it gets rid of the Russian-made S-400 air defense system, according to requirements in the final version of the National Defense Authorization Act. The U.S. pushed Turkey out of the F-35 program over concerns the fighter could be compromised by the S-400, which is known in Russia as the F-35 killer. Congress is offering the Defense Department the option to purchase Turkey's F-35 Joint Strike Fighters and giving the Defense Secretary
Swift going the other way.
$30 million to store the fifth-generation jets until a plan for their use is formalized, according to the final version of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal 2020. Defense Secretary Mark Esper has been given the green light to spend funds to be appropriated for fiscal year 2020 for the Department of Defense to conduct activities associated with storage, preservation, and developing a plan for the final disposition of such F-35 aircraft and Turkish F-35 aircraft equipment, including full mission simulators, helmet-mounted display systems, air system maintenance trainers, and ancillary mission equipment, the bill states. That money would fund storage for up to 6 jets and associated materials. F-35 deliveries to Turkey had originally been slated to occur between late summer and the end of this year. Turkey's first F-35. Dragonfly Media via YouTube. Lawmakers will not allow the F-35 as once destined for Turkey to be transferred unless that country gets rid of its S-400 surface-to-air missile systems and associated equipment and promises never to purchase or use the Russian-made weapon again, according to the bill. Turkey's possession of the S-400 air and missile defense system adversely affects the national security of Turkey, the United States, and all members of the North Atlantic Treaty Alliance, lawmakers said. In a joint statement provided with the bill Tuesday, Congress said it would support the U.S. purchase of all jets originally meant for Turkey. The aircraft have been stationed at Luke Air Force Base, Arizona, where international pilot training is conducted. The conferees also encourage the Secretary of Defense to maximize the procurement quantity of Turkish F-35A aircraft associated with lots 12, 13, or 14 during fiscal year 2020 using the additional funds authorized in Section 4101 of this Act, according to the statement. ESPR has 90 days from the bill's passage to provide congressional defense committees a report outlining a long-term plan for Turkey's F-35s, which includes options for recovery of costs from Turkey and for unilateral use of such assets, the bill states. U.S. Air Force crew chiefs work on an F-35A at Hill Air Force Base, Utah, after a 2-month European deployment, July 31, 2019. U.S. Air Force, R. Niall Bradshaw. Despite months of efforts to sway the NATO ally from purchasing the S-400, known to Moscow as the F-35 killer, Pentagon officials have been steadily phasing Turkey out of the JSF program. The Pentagon in July officially booted Turkey from participating in the program over its purchase of the Russian-made S-400 and asked students, pilots and maintainers, attending F-35 training in the U.S. at Luke and at Eglin Air Force Base, Florida, to leave. The DOT also began phasing out aircraft parts manufactured by Turkey. Turkish industries produce 937 parts for the F-35, including items for the landing gear and fuselage. We're on the path to March 2020 to transition all of those parts out. The U.S. absorbed about a $600 million bill for that, Under-Secretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment Ellen Lord said in October. Lord at the time said top brass estimates that Turkey's surface-to-air missile systems will be ready to track aircraft in the region by the end of 2019. 367 views view for upvoters. Adding comments disabled. Recommended L. Yohanan Ben Jacob. Original author 2. Just imagine this. It costs $3.6 million to train a pilot in the USA 3 years duration. If you purchase say 30 jets you need at least 100 pilots for such project. I imagine that you managed to calculate the cost before receiving one jet. Now these pilots sitting duck at Erdogan fired them all because they are too Americanized and a threatening force to his regime. Albert D. Callell. 21H ago 1 upvote. The main issue here was not so much the S-400 would compromise the F-35 stealth secrets. No question that being able to run on a day-to-day basis and test the F-35 against the S-400 is an issue, but it was not what broke this deal. The main issue was integrating the F-35 to work with the S-400. If you're going to build a half-decent air defense system, then you have to integrate the friend versus foe systems into the S-400. I mean, how can Turkey as a NATO partner have joint air operations with an air defense system that does not work with NATO? It's simply not possible. The idea that Lockheed Martin was going to work with the S-400 folks to integrate the software and systems was beyond laughable. No one ever thought this was going to occur. This also explains why Russia was not worried about selling the S-400 system to Turkey. This issue goes both ways. Why was Russia not worried about a NATO partner not testing NATO jets against the S-400 then? Having such a system in NATO hands would allow the West to decipher, defeat and learn the weakness of the S-400. Israel has tested their jets against S-300 systems in the Middle East, paid under the table to do this. As a result, like Swiss clockwork, Israel been able to defeat and take out such systems with relative ease, and this is due to them having tested against such systems. So, the same issue should have worried Russia. But it did not. Why? Because Russia knew that the West was never going to allow integrating of the software and systems on the F-35 to work with the S-400. No one with a brain would allow this, so Russia was never worried about this issue. However, as to why Turkey made this move. We have to assume that bags of money transferred under the
Swift coming the other way.
did not realize the ramifications of this purchase. Turkey had 7% of the F-35 production. This means that not only did their F-35 participation cost nothing, but their defense industry stood to make millions, actually billions, over the lifetime of the F-35. When UK or even Israel would purchase a F-35, then money would flow into Turkey. It is beyond crazy that Turkey would give up billions of income and money flowing into their defense industry, and then buy the S-400. How on earth does this make sense? Given that Turkey in the past has fired their Air Force pilots, and the government does not trust their own Air Force. Well, now they have an air defense system that works rather well against their own Air Force. They just announced that they are now testing F-16s against their S-400 systems. Have to feel sorry for the plots. They are being asked to test and fly against their own missile system, and yet the Turkey government just promised to the West that they will not integrate their own Air Force systems to work with their own air defense systems. The pilots must be doing face plants. So, everyone knew this purchase would kill the F-35 program. As a result, security in that area and region is now compromised. As a result, Turkey can't even field an Air Force and air defense system to work with NATO operations. Can't even do joint exercises with NATO now. And without integration, well, they now just purchased a third world bad air defense system. The power of the S-400 is integration and networking, the very thing that Turkey promised not to use from the S-400 system. The result is a very poor air defense system. I thought this was about purchasing the best system for the best money. Guess not. And worse. They backed out of one of the world's most expensive and lucrative fighter jet programs in history, F-35. They slammed the door on money flowing into their defense industry for each copy of the F-35 being sold. As noted, they would make money off of the F-35 program.
30 miles from Barstow now.
From the West, and their logic to back out of millions of dollars flowing into their coffers makes zero sense. I can see Turkey turning their backs on NATO, but walking away from their F-35 program that would result in billions flowing into their defense industry does not make any sense at all, unless we realize how bad Turkey's interests were sold out here. They willing sold out the interests of their people, their defense industry, and their national security. Lockheed recent announced that the assembly of landing gears, the display panel, and doors for weapons bays, all produced in Turkey, is now being outsourced to other suppliers. As this article notes that the transition away from the Turkey defense contractors building 7% of the F-35 will be complete by next year, and they don't expect much of a interrupting in production of the F-35. A huge blow against the West, but also that of money and jobs and technology flow into Turkey's defense industry. Putin must be laughing as to how easy it was to get Turkey politicians to sell out their nation. Now Turkey is shopping and looking to buy Su-35s, or even the new POC-50, Su-57. Edit, I do believe that politicians in Turkey were misled or not informed how serious this issue was. It is obvious that this is a win-win for Russia, and a huge blow to NATO. It also means that Western companies will not want to invest or move to Turkey. The long-term damage done here will hurt Turkey for generations to come. But the real disaster and sad part is the blow to Turkey's defense industry, and that they stood to make money from the F-35 program. Such gifts only come along once in a lifetime, and as to why they walked away from the F-35 program is not only the grand sellout of Turkey's interests, but remains a mystery as to why they walked away from all that money, jobs and money flowing into their defense industry. I cannot see any upside to Turkey's interests here, but it sure does help Russia's interest in that area, and Turkey while wanting independence here. The result is the exact opposite. With this sellout, they are now beholden to Russia for air defense, and now even fighter jets. Yohanan Ben Jacob. Original author 19 ago. Brilliant and
Like ever since Erdogan took over control in Turkey, our relationship with them is been a little more at odds.
Sign in. What are straight up facts people won't swallow? Scarlett Claremont, Studies Engineering, 2023. Updated August 24, 2019. Upvoted by Anasuya Data, M.Phil Clinical Psychology and Psychology, 2015, and Bud Vieira, Ph.D. Cognitive Science and Philosophy, University of California, Berkeley, 1989. You're not a nice guy if you have to keep convincing others that you are. If you cannot accept that your self-proclaimed niceness does not guarantee you a relationship with a girl who politely responds to you, you are not a nice guy. If you victimize yourself and wallow in your grief about how no woman these days goes for the good ones and that's why you're destined to be forever alone, you are not a nice guy. If you have been texting a girl who very clearly sees you as a friend and does not want to have a romantic relationship with you, and you think that she is a bitch for leading you on, you are not a nice guy. I'm going to refer to the posts on r nice guys because it has all the examples of spineless and pathetic men, in the words of the subreddit's description. This guy here below says that he's a tremendously good person. Apart from the point I'm making, this is extremely toxic. This other specimen below thinks that he is entitled to not wear a condom because most guys don't want to anyway, so get used to it. Also, Plan B is not birth control that you can use regularly. It is dangerous because it forces your body to have a period. If you cannot apologize without being manipulative, you are not a nice guy. And the final one here is comical. Please just read the sentence at the bottom. Again, all these are from the subreddit r nice guys, so go on there if you want to see more examples, if you can tolerate reading any more of this. It is upsetting to see that there are people who can delude themselves this way. In conclusion, if you cannot handle getting rejected without turning into an abusive asshole, you are not a nice guy. 95.5k views. View 5.3k upvoters. View sharers.
Okay, I'm a nice guy, but I cannot tell a lie. I'm definitely an asshole too. That's my wife, she'll tell you. I'll even be the first to admit I can definitely be an asshole at times, but I mean, like I said earlier, not necessarily I'm just being condescending and intending to put people down. There you go. Getting into Newberry Springs. About 25 miles east of Barstow now. Nah, you don't have to be kidding on that, it's true. I call a spade, that's all. It is what it is. And yeah, I'd rather know the truth, even if it's something I don't want to hear, than have some bullshit sugar-coated crap given to me just because someone thinks it's what I want to hear. No, I don't want to hear stuff just because it sounds like what I would rather hear. I want to know the truth. And I'm not going to sugarcoat with other people either. Checking this lot for JCT or Swift trucks. I don't see any of either. Damn it, JCT drivers, you're supposed to hook me up here. Gotta be more coming sooner or later.
Article 5 of 87. Military Airspace, Quora. Quora. Open in of sign in. Military Airspace. Q. Military Airspace. A space to explore military aviation. Main. Questions. People. Israel is the Middle East's most powerful, dominant air force. Don't you dare come close. Yohanan Ben Jacob, former defense and intelligence analyst.
Yeah, they won't mess around
Posted
if you mess with them.
The National Interest Report. Can't touch this. Israel is the Middle East's most dominant air force. Israel Air Force Military Technology World US. F-35. Find out how it got to be that way. By Robert Farley. Followed Rafarls on Twitter. key point: with the support of the United States, Israel came to militarily dominate the region. Since the 1960s, the air arm of the Israel Defense Forces, colloquially the IAF, has played a central role in the country's defense. The ability of the Israeli Air Force to secure the battlefield and the civilian population from enemy air attack has enabled the IDF to fight at a huge advantage. At the same time, the IAF has demonstrated strategic reach, attacking critical targets at considerable distance. The dominance of the IAF has come about through effective training, the weakness of its foes, and a flexible approach to design and procurement. Over the years, the Israelis have tried various strategies for filling their air force with fighters, including buying from France, buying from the United States, and building the planes themselves. They seem to have settled on a combination of the last two, with great effect. Israel's early technological base. In its early years, Israel took what weapons it could from what buyers it could find. This meant that the IDF often operated with equipment of a variety of vintages, mostly secured from European producers. By the late 1950s, however, Israel had secured arms transfer relationships with several countries, most notably the United Kingdom and France. The relationship with France eventually blossomed, resulting in the transfer of high-technology military equipment, including Mirage fighters, and also significant technical assistance for Israel's nuclear program. These Mirage fighters formed the core of the IAF in the 1967 Six-Day War, in which Israel largely destroyed its neighbors' air forces in the first hours of the conflict. In 1967, however, France imposed an arms embargo on Israel, which left Tel Aviv in a quandary. The IDF needed more fighters, and also sought capabilities that the Mirage could not provide, including medium-range ground strike. Under these conditions, the Israelis adopted the time-honored strategy of simply stealing what they needed. To complement their existing airframes, the Israelis acquired technical blueprints of the Mirage through espionage, possibly with the tolerance of some French authorities. The project resulted in two fighters, the Israel Aerospace Industries (IAI) Nesher and the IAI Kfir. The second employed more powerful American-designed engines, and for a time served as the primary fighter of the IDF's air arm. Both aircraft enjoyed export success, with the Nesher serving in Argentina and the Kfir flying for Colombia, Ecuador and Sri Lanka. This investment helped drive the development of Israel's aerospace sector, with big implications for the rest of Israel's economy. Heavy state investment in military technological development does not always drive broader innovations in civilian technology. In this case, however, state investment provided a key pillar for the early development of Israel's civilian technology sector. To many, the success of the Kfir suggested that Israel could stand on its own in aerospace technology, eliminating the need to rely on a foreign sponsor. Nevertheless, Israel continued to invest heavily in foreign aircraft. The IDF began acquiring F-4 Phantoms in the late 1960s, and F-15 Eagles in the mid-1970s. The arrival of the latter in Israel inadvertently sparked a political crisis, as the first 4 aircraft landed after the beginning of the Sabbath. The ensuing controversy eventually brought down the first premiership of Yitzhak Rabin. But many in Israel, still buoyed by the relative success of the Kfir and hopeful about further developing Israel's high-tech sector, believed that the country could aspire to develop its own fighter aircraft. Enter the Levi. Like its counterparts in both the USSR and the United States, the IDF air arm believed that a high-low mix of fighters best served its needs. This led to the development of the Levi, a light multi-role fighter that could complement the F-15 Eagles that Israel continued to acquire from the United States. The Levi filled the niche that the F-16 Viper would eventually come to dominate. It included some systems licensed by the United States, and visually resembled an F-16 with a different wing configuration. But the military technological environment had changed. Developing the Levi from scratch, or virtually from scratch, required an enormous state investment for an aircraft that had marginal, if any, advantages over an off-the-shelf F-16. Moreover, the United States took export controls much more seriously than France, and had a much more dangerous toolkit for enforcing compliance. Despite initial optimism about the export prospects of the Levi, it soon became apparent to Israelis that the United States would not allow the wide export of a fighter that included significant American components. That the Levi would have competed directly against the F-16 only exacerbated the problem. In August 1987, the Israeli cabinet killed the Levi, which caused protests from IAI and the workers associated with the project. Nevertheless, a political effort to revive the plane failed, and Israel eventually acquired a large number of F-16s. In its afterlife, however, the Navy helped kill the export prospects of the F-22 Raptor, out of concern that Israel had shared Navy, and thus F-16, technology with the Chinese, leading to the J-10, the U.S. Congress prohibited any export of the F-22. This decision prevented Israel and several other interested buyers from acquiring the Raptor, and undoubtedly cut short its overall production life. Alternatives. Instead of pursuing its own fighters, Israel has lately preferred to extensively modify the aircraft it buys from the United States. The F-15I Thunder and the F-16I Storm have both received major upgrades to optimize them for Israeli service. Both planes have increased range and improved avionics, enabling the IDF to fight effectively at great distance from its bases. The F-15I, a variant of the F-15E Strike Eagle, is the IAF's most important long-range strike platform. The IAF has already undertaken steps to make the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter more suitable for Israeli service, including advanced software modifications. IAI has continued to see great success despite the lack of a major fighter project. IAI has thrived on developing and exporting components for domestic as well as export use, including munitions and avionics. IAI has also gone big into the UAV market, with major success both within Israel and abroad. And despite the failure of the Navy, Israel's high-tech defense sector has done well.
JCT coming the other way.
Economy. Israeli state industrial policy focuses on exactly this goal, supplying investment for high-tech innovation that facilitates both national defense and economic growth.
3947.
Israel's current aerospace strategy depends on the health of its relationship with the United States. This is true both in terms of the availability of platforms and in ongoing mutual technological development. Fortunately for Israel, there is little reason to believe that this aspect of the U.S.-Israel alliance will decay anytime soon. Concern over the security of the F-22 stopped export of the Raptor, but didn't dent the overall relationship. And even if the unimaginable occurred, and Israel needed to look elsewhere from the United States, the proficiency of Israeli industry in developing components and support systems means that it would not lack long for a partner. Robert Farley, a frequent contributor to the National Interest, is author of the Battleship book. He serves as a senior lecturer at the Patterson School of Diplomacy and International Commerce at the University of Kentucky. His work includes military
Now we'll have to have another contest to see who can be first to update the number more often, Eric or Lisa. Got a Swift coming the other way, by the way.
275 views. View 7 upvoters. Adding comments disabled. Recommended Al. Fernando Mingo. Wet 1 upvote. We used the Nesher in Malvinas in 1982. I wish we had Derby and Python missiles, not the Pidon, Shafrir. Johannan Ben Jacob. Original author Wet 1 upvote.
Come on, Lisa, you're slacking. You're letting old I can't type Eric beat you every time now.
For the Malvina War. Open an app. Article 6 of 87. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Why is the trucking industry recently being hit with so many bankruptcies at a time when trucking is siphoning freight business away from railroads? Sid Rollings, owner at Owner-Operator Trucking, 1978 present. Answered December 11, 2019. Author has 62 answers and 19.4K answer views. Celadon was caught in the same catch-22 as I was, and that was a 35 to 40% value in a year. I didn't lie or try to lie to my bank, unlike Celadon's owners, and they were caught trying to value much of their fleet as double what is was really more. Thanks to Trump's war on imports-exports, it's going to get worse. First, a large part of the drop in truck values has to do with the fact that probably around 80% of our used trucks over 10 years old in this country go to Mexico. Second, companies like Celadon count on a very large amount of their business going to the Mexican border for export. I was at one of their trailer yards in El Paso a few years ago, and there was at least 1,000 trailers. If the amount of business we do with Mexico drops just 15%, that is a huge amount of revenue for a company with over 1,000 trailer. Look for more to fail before the bloodbath is over. I lived through the same thing in 2008 and it wasn't fun. Companies like Werner went from begging drivers to drive for then to laying off over 1,000 tribbies. 54 views. U2 upvoters. About the author. Sid Rollings.
Okay, a big part of the problem with these trucking companies going bankrupt is they're not operating on a mostly cash on hand basis. They're all underwater. They don't have free cash flow, like cash reserves to work with, and they're often usually always getting private equity investors involved who don't care about their better riches. Who only care about putting a little bit of money into them and then getting a lot of money back out of them. Celadon was no stranger to that. They had private equity investors involved in their business. Yes, they were a publicly traded company, but they had private equity investors with a hand in there. They're borrowing money. Then once their daddy Warbucks decided to pull their support, now they couldn't pay their bills, and they defaulted and had no choice but to go out of business. And just about every one of the trucking companies I've heard of in the last year or so that went bankrupt and out of business, that's exactly what happened to them. The only company I know of that went bankrupt that is still operating today, as far as I know, is Mike DeMana Trucking. Now, Mike DeMana, I see them a lot in the western states, anywhere in California, Oregon, and Wyoming. I mean, not Wyoming, but Washington. They do go to other areas of the country, but you see them most often in the western states. They did go bankrupt. They did file Chapter 11, but they are still in business to this day. They did a Chapter 11 last year. I don't know what's going on with their bankruptcy case, but I know they're still in business because I still see them on the road. If you don't do proper planning for longer-term performance, you're bound to get hurt in any kind of business. So, like when the trade war started off, when Trump started raising tariffs and all that, what happened is it created a surge in demand for, from the A to B link, there's A to B and B to C. Basically, from upstream to midstream manufacturers. So A is the raw materials providers. B would be the manufacturers who work with the raw materials and create finished goods. And then C would be the consumer end. So basically at the manufacturing end, when they see these tariffs kicking in, they also see the cost of their goods going up. Of their supplies, I mean. So what they do for that is they created a surge in demand and started buying up all the supplies that they could early, and so they did whatever they could at the lower prices before the tariffs would kick in and cause their supply costs to go up. Okay, that created a surge in demand for truck drivers too, because you need truck drivers to transport those raw materials. Problem is in the B2C link, everything's just flowing smoothly, not so volatile. It's just, business as usual. But now you have a surge on the A to B side. What do you think happens later? On the, at some point they're going to totally saturate their, the bees. The bees are going to totally saturate themselves with their supplies to where now they don't have any room anymore. Or it becomes no longer cost effective to load up on their supplies. Now they have the supplies to sustain themselves on the B2C link, but Now the raw material businesses are no longer selling stuff because nobody wants it because they already have what they need. So now you have a sudden drop in demand for trucking as well on that same link. So on the B2C link, there's nothing really different going on with the trucking industry, but on the A to B link, there was a surge, a sudden demand, and then followed by a sudden drop in demand. And that's a big part of what's going on there. Is, and of course you get companies like maybe Celadon where they eyeball the short term and look at the surge in demand at the early end of it, and weren't thinking ahead about, hey, it's you can only build up so much supplies. All they cared about was increasing their profit margin and the market share. But it was at a greater cost on the long term. So it ended up killing them. If they'd taken a little bit more of a conservative approach to it and said, we can go ahead and take advantage of this, but we're gonna grow slower. What the hell's this truck doing here? Oh, he ran over the rails. The Schneider truck. Alright, that'll be some more coverage there. Eric, that's what I heard. Because I heard that Swift wasn't very good at managing their financial affairs. And then I heard, what's his name? The guy who runs Night. Is it Phil or I forget the guy's name. I heard the Knight family or whatever is really, really good at managing financial stuff. So, like you're saying, it sounded like Knight rescued them. Or as it is, the merger, Swift actually owns 54% of the company the merged company, from what I recall. But the deal in the merger was that Knight gets to run the overall affairs, even though Swift has a larger amount of the share. Let's just say maybe you had the surge in business gave you an opportunity to buy an extra 100 trucks and put another extra 100 drivers on the road as part of that surge. But then you don't have the ability to keep them all employed longer term because once the demand drops off after everybody's saturated, then now you have all these drivers and equipment that you can no longer pay. You got all these equipment leases, and now you can't afford to pay the bills for this equipment and keep them on the road, or without getting them repoed by whoever the supplier is. That's basically what happened to Celadon and all these other companies. That Night Swift one is a really good example there too, with the effects of having a well-run business versus not so great. Swift was by far the largest truckload carrier out here. They had over 26,000 trucks at one point in time. And then right around the time they merged with Knight, they dropped down to about 17,000. And at the time when Swift had 26,000 trucks, the next two biggest companies that I knew of were J.B. Hunt and Schneider, both with about 13,000 each. So just imagine a company as massive as Swift about to go bankrupt and have having a company much smaller size, which is Knight. Which I can't remember how big Knight was. I want to say they were in like the 8,000 range or something with the number of trucks they had. They aren't as big as JB Hunt Schneider. They're smaller. I just can't remember if they're like 8,000 or somewhere in some other number. But much smaller company, and then they're in a position. They're in such a good financial position that they had the wherewithal to bail Swift out of their own problem. So, I mean, to me, that sounds like a testament to how extremely well run Knight was on the financial end and how poorly run Swift was on the financial end. I'd not looked at Knight financials or anything like that, but because I don't tend to look at the more micro end like that. But I'd imagine they had to add a lot of extra cash on hand to work with to be able to cover a lot of Swift's financial obligations, like their debts and all that. Just getting into the east end of Barstow now. Are you still in the doctor, or are you finally done? What we got here? Looks like, can't tell what that was. Can't tell if it was a fox or a dog or possum or what. Doesn't look like the right color to be a possum, and I don't know that possums are really known to be in this area. I used to see possums all the time at my house in San Jacinto, but up here in the desert, I tended to not ever see possums, raccoons, or anything else along that line. Fine still, so I don't have any plans to stop at all until I get home. Should be I'm guessing about 45 minutes from now, because I gotta factor in the traffic lights and stuff. So just a little bit before 11 o'clock, I imagine, is when I'll be parked. I'm about to get on I-15 right now. You know, it's nice also not getting those every hour at 30 minutes after the hour, you're speeding messages. It has been kind of kicking back the entire time. I don't have a need to go fast. I'll get there no problem. Actually getting there, I'm going to be there sooner than I expected. And that's all because I put myself in a position where I didn't need to take a 30-minute break. Normally run 7+ hours into a shift before stopping for a break. I usually like to stop about 4 to 5, maybe 5 hours, and maybe even with a short break, a short stop in the middle of that of each section. You know, like a 10-hour. If I want to run 10 hours of drive time, I might run 5 hours of drive time before I do a 30, and then maybe take about around 2.5 hours into my drive time, I can stop and stretch my legs or, just, the usual whatever I feel like doing. There actually are ways to break up the monotony of a long shift like that. But right now I'm just in get home mode and, I'm feeling fine, so I don't have a need to, I don't feel like I have any need to really get out of the truck. Okay, I'm going to move over to behind this guy because the lane I was already in there is going to be exiting only into Highway 58 right after L Street. Alright, come on, dude. You're not helping me out here, though. Right now. Literally drove right over the top of them. This green Freightliner is getting ready to pass me as an Indian driver because he's got the what are them drape things or whatever that they put on the front of the on the top of the windshields all the time. It's always Indian drivers who have those on there. Oh no, I guess he changed his mind and get behind me. Probably gonna get off the freeway here. Yep, he's getting off. I wish I knew what the right terminology was for those things that hang over the front on the top of the windshield. It's like a little decorative drape just for lining the top, whatever. run my APU when I get parked just to make sure my batteries will actually have some juice on them when it's time to get up and drive tonight. It's time to do my PM because, let's see, where am I at now? I'm at 545 now on my odometer, so, basically about 5 to 10,000 miles away from being due for my next PM. I can do that in 2 or 3 weeks. So probably around mid-January, I'll be ready to take the truck in for its routine PM, and then figure I can have them check the batteries while they're at that. Now I'm in some position where I can have the car, or I can have the truck parked and be home while I'm gonna slow your ass down, dipshit. Volvo right here. The lane's gonna end in a second, so I figured I'd move over. And he's going too fast in that lane. Probably could have waited to come out of that lane, but you never know. So with this kind of traffic, I just as soon move over when there's a break. I don't know if there's going to be another break to work with. As far as the AB5 is concerned, I'm doing nothing at all so far. JCT has not made any indication that they're going to do anything at all about it, so until they say what they plan to do about it, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm already doing. It's a concern, but as long as JCT is not giving any indications that they're concerned they're going to do anything about it, then I'm not going to worry about it. Now I heard a rumor that about them possibly going basically hiring people back on as company drivers, and then I heard it was possible, like someone, I don't know if I was getting bullshit, but like they were going to pay the company drivers like 35 cents a mile. I'm like, 35? Hell with that. You better pay me more than that if you want me to be a company driver for you. I'm not driving anybody's truck for 35 cents a mile. You can get 45, even 50, even... I'd go drive for Sierra England with freaking 10 plus years of experience against 60 cents a mile. If I remember right. Why the hell would I drive for 35 cents a mile? I would not do that. Again, that's all... I think this rumor, I don't know if I was getting bullshit or whatever, or if it's really something that's being talked about. But or whether it kind of forces them to take action that forces me to do something different, and that's just the conditions were forced onto JCT, and then JCT having to do what they had to do is best for them is going to force me to do what's best for me. But I really, because only have to be here on home time, and I'm still going to be home for a 10-hour break. Then I'll be home for another swift bobtails, if not swift trucks going up and down the Squally Road or parked on the Squally Road. Passing Hodge Road now. It's 21 miles from my exit. My exit's 148. Or the Squally Road and my Mesa Road.
Article 7 of 87. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. If you get a speeding ticket while driving someone else's car, will it affect her insurance and will her insurance company be notified?
No, it goes on
Tom
your record.
Stagliano, senior aerospace engineer,
That's
studied at
nothing to do
MIT.
with whose vehicle it is.
Answered December 13, 2019. Author has 35.6K answers and 79 meters answer views. No. A speeding ticket goes against your driver's license. Your car insurance has your driver's license listed. Your friend's car insurance does not have you listed. Same with a rental car. A driving ticket goes against your license, and your insurance company finds out when they query your license number for your driving record on an annual basis or more often. 10 views. About the author. Tom Stagliano.
Kind of a silly question, but I guess. I mean, some people aren't too sure sometimes.
79 meters content views 1.4 meters this month. Top writer 2018, 2017, 2016 and 2015.
And it's got a lot of views.
Published writer time. View question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 8 of 87. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most bizarre case of road rage you've ever experienced? Lawrence Mann, Realtor. Answered December 13, 2019. Author has 345 answers and 62.5K answer views. I was heading to a mall as an Uber driver to pick up my client. I sped up to get in front of a car right next to me so I could change lanes and turn left up ahead. The driver took exception to me getting in front of him. He sped up to try to hold me out. I changed lanes before he could block me. He was inches behind me. He honked, gave me the finger and turned left with me and followed me, right on my bumper, for a couple miles. I got to the mall and my client was not waiting on the curb for me, so I had to pull up to the curb and sit. The road rage driver pulled up next to my driver's window. He was screaming at me with a beet red face, lots of profanities. He looked like he might have a heart attack. I smiled at him and wished him a Merry Christmas. He ranted for a while, gave me the finger and drove away. I think I'm lucky he didn't have a gun. My client came out soon. In retrospect, I should have called a cop while he was following me. Could one have gotten there in time? No one knows.
JCT coming the other way.
About the author. Lawrence Mann. Realtor.
At 4118.
Zin Gilbert, AZ2004 present. 62.5K content views 18.6K this month. View 29 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 9 of 87. Answer, Quora.
Oh, I
Open
know
an
who
app.
that is.
Sign in. Have you ever purchased a used car and found something interesting the previous owner forgot to remove?
Yeah, 4118's Maria Fury.
Updated June 17, 2019, upvoted by Fahim Gil, former engineer at Honda and Toyota, now founder of Dashroad.com. Author has 374 answers and 159.5k answer views. When traveling around New Zealand a few years back, I purchased an old BMW 325i Coupe as it was cheaper than a rental for the 6 months I was there for. It was a South African built car that had been brought over when the owners emigrated to NZ. Anyway, I was driving in the South Island when a car driven by German tourists slid across the road and hit me head-on, causing a major accident. The airbags went off and I was knocked unconscious. When I awoke, I was being treated in the car and the police were asking me where had the gold Krugerrands come from. I was baffled, and then I saw that they were everywhere and the police were picking them up from the floor of the car, on the seats and outside. What had happened was there was a large stash of the coins hidden in the car when it went to New Zealand, as it was illegal to take out so much currency when you left South Africa, and they had been behind the dashboard for some 8 years. The police were unable to find the original owners of the car when it was imported, as they had moved to Australia, so after 3 months I was deemed to be the rightful owner, as they were found in the car I owned. It was a tax-free windfall that netted me just over $250,000 NZD, which I used to buy a beach house in New Zealand in sunny Northland, where I still live to this day. 122.9k views. View 13.6k upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Kimball Bentley. Head of Development at KLB Industries, 1983 present. 159.6k content views, 4.1k this month. In other languages. In German. Hast du Gemmel seinen Gebrauchtwagen?
Past the Wild Lost Road exit. Next exit coming up is Del Evans Parkway, which goes over to Apple Valley.
Uber. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 10 of 87.
Like this cloud cover.
Answer, forum. Open an app. Sign in. Have you ever had a sad airport experience? J. Lawrence, aircraft mechanic, 1980 present. Updated May 9, 2019. Author has 1.2k answers and 445.8k answer views. Yes. Sometimes during our lunch breaks while working at night, a few of us would walk the terminal for our exercise around 2 a.m. We often saw passengers stranded for the night sleeping in the terminal. On one occasion there was a young mother with a child about 6 years old. The child was crying uncontrollably. I went over to ask what was wrong. The young mother said they haven't had anything to eat or drink since they arrived at 9 p.m. when all of the food court and shops close. I took them both down to the maintenance break room and let them have a run at the vending machines. The little girl actually chose macaroni and cheese you can warm up in the microwave. She saved her dessert choices for after her meal. I noticed Mom had not chosen anything. That's when she told me that they were out of money. I paid for whatever they both wanted. I could see the little girl was getting sleepy after her junk food meal. She then began crying again. I asked her mom what was wrong, and she told me Nancy was frightened of her surroundings. Since all of the gate agents and ticket counter personnel had gone home, I had very few options. The young lady told me her flight departure time was 12:55 p.m. That's about 14 hours in the terminal.
Ouch.
I did what I am not cleared to do. I called HDQ and told the girl at the call center the situation. She had me repeat the story to her supervisor. They did something that required pulling strings. They sent a voucher for a hotel room across the street from the airport and made certain the hotel provided transportation both ways. I received 2 hugs after making sure the shuttle was there. That was the last I saw of the 2 brave mom and daughter. I did receive a thank you letter from the young woman and a crayon drawing from Nancy. Included was a good job commendation from the company. My sad story ended up a glad story. 40k views. View 4.9k upvoters.
Well, that's cool.
View
He
shares.
was just doing
Answer
the right
requested
thing.
by Elizabeth Victoria. About the author. J. Lawrence. 30 plus YRS doing aircraft maintenance. Seen a lot and then forgot. Aircraft mechanic 1980 present. Rice University Mechanical Engineering and Aviation Maintenance, University of Houston. Lives in Houston, TX 1960 present. 445.9K content views 22.2K this month. View 48 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 11 of 87. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. As a truck driver, what are some of the problems staying overnight in a truck stop? Tony Lazzara, former regional semi-driver. Answered December 13, 2019. Author has 524 answers and 125.1K answer views. Anymore it's tough getting a parking spot, and more so they have these reserved spots that call ahead and pay for usually around $10 a night, then they charge you for a shower and then a meal. I usually am really tired and sleep well, but you have trucks coming and going almost all night long. It never bothered me when I first started, but even now as a man, I make sure that
the hell?
call ahead and pay for usually around $10 a night, then they charge you for a shower and then a meal. I usually am really tired and sleep well, but you have trucks coming and going almost all night long. It never bothered me when I first started, but even now as a man, I make sure the doors are locked, but that's no guarantee. I love sleeping with the windows open in good weather, but that's not an option anymore. 2 views answer requested by Randy.
So I don't sleep with my windows open almost ever, because even if there aren't 2-legged critters that might come into my truck, there are always 6-legged critters and 8-legged that I don't want coming in.
In Sister Lakes, Michigan. 125.1K content views 28K this month. View 7 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app.
Where am I at? 750 now? Because I was at 749 when I got up this morning.
App. Sign in. What's the most inaccurate thing your child has ever been taught in school?
Nice.
D.L. Phillips, 30 plus working years, OSINT, veteran, police officer. Updated November 9, 2019. Upvoted by Michael Bowie, Master's Education, Salem State University 2003, and NYA Maury, Master's Education, Lewis University 2008. Author has 396 answers and 1.4 meters answer views.
I did get a PM and a friend request yesterday from a guy who apparently follows both me and Scotty. And, yeah, so it sounds like he has an interest in the live stream videos, and I have a feeling, I know the most of the people who come to my page are coming through that backing video I have. It's a double blindside backing down in Spring Valley, California. Yeah, when I posted, I think I posted it Christmas Day like 3 years ago. But yeah, because that's by far my most popular video. Yeah, I'm getting in between 1,500 and 2,000 views every 48 hours, I think it is, on that one video. But yeah, I know I got a compliment from this one guy. His name's Tom. It's not the Tom. It's not Scotland Tom. It's a different one. As far as I know, yeah, because this guy's in America, in the U.S. Yeah, he said he liked watching both mine and Scotty's pages because we have a lot of good content. So it was cool getting a little compliment like that. Say getting appreciation from people who actually like taking the time to watch what I have to. Even if they're like, they might learn more or whatever and be more, and not, that's fine by me. Just getting into the north end of Victorville city limit now. pretty good amount of traffic on the other side. Which can't say it really surprises me with, you know, a lot of people being off for Christmas holidays now. There's a swift bobtail going the other way. I'm sure a lot of these people are on the way for their, you know, just Christmas breaks, whatever. Anyway, when those of you guys watch it can all interact with each other more as well. There are two Stoddard Wells Road exits, by the way. This is the second one here. Exit 154. So about 6 miles, about 7 miles from exit now. Some of these guys, I think Andrew, who are people who are newer to the industry or not quite in the industry yet. I'm curious to see how things go with them too. Also, Mohammed Sadiq. Yeah, he's from Morocco? Yeah, no, he's had an interest in getting in the industry, and he comes to my page to learn any kind of things he can before he actually starts learning, going into training and all that. And I like it when I see people like that who are eager to learn whatever they can. I like to hear that anything that I have that they're watching is making a big difference for them. The compliments I get most on my back, especially the back videos, is the way that I go about explaining things. Take David Crowley's video editing skills and add in the way I explain things. It's got a really good setup there, I guess. By D Street, or also Highway 18 eastbound. 18 east when it goes over to, it goes through Apple Valley and it eventually ends up in Big Bear. Roughly 3 miles from my exit. Yeah, exactly it too. It's there's always a reason for the why, what people do, and once you understand the reason, the rationale for it, you can better make better, I guess, methods for yourself. You don't necessarily have to use every damn method and way that philosophy that I use personally, but getting different perspectives on things is always a good thing. And you your own methods to, or maybe I might use a mix of what I do and then use a mix of, what someone else does. What works best for you. I guess the basis for why I go into such detail on explanations like that is, it's all my time in the Air Force working on airplanes. I got to really know the airplane, like different systems on the aircraft, a lot more by reading up on them and learning from start to actually looking with my own eyes what the start to finish layout of a particular system is. Or something, then I could look at it. I could read the manual and read like whatever every part of the system is, what its function is, where it's located, and all that. And then better hurry up. Come on. That's why you don't follow so closely, dipshit. Now, like I'm supposed to slow down suddenly for your dumbass. That Cadillac needs to back off. Driving too fast, tailgating. I think that's the same one that was got squeezed out by me there on the on-ramp. Next exit coming up is mine, by the way. I mean, just learning just reading through and then actually visualizing from start to finish. That's always been the most effective way for me to learn the more intricate details, or get a much better perspective on how the system is laid out. And doing it also it was monumental in my ability to really pick up on troubleshooting skills too. Because I had a good example, one where, let's see, I think it was the elevator system actually. I had a problem with, I was using a protractor, and basically when you're going through these checks to make sure the elevators and elevator tabs are going through the system, I kept thinking, like, this particular little crank thing here on the, actually inside the elevator, I was pretty sure had something to do with it. But there was nothing in the manuals telling me anything about it, but I was like, I swear there's something wrong with this thing. I had to go through the stupid steps that the manual said, but then once I did, I had to do a tech assist from the engineer. What do you know? Let's see, they're going to let me over here. What do you know? The engineer sends me this drawing for his, I'm suspicious of these parts. There's something not right about them. We'd use the maintenance manuals. The troubleshooting procedures were not very good, and really helped to have a complete understanding of that system. And and I knew that that's the only thing that could really explain why the tabs would move enough, but the elevators would not. Or I think that's what it was. Yeah. Checking on the freeway to see if I can sneak in any more JCT sightings. I don't see any though. change on me. Yay! I made it! Yay! How many of you guys ever watched Crank Yankers? That's where I get that yay part from the special ed character. And I guess with it being Sunday and right now it's time for people to be at church too if they are churchgoers. It helps with lighter traffic conditions here. There's a red light coming. Okay, so Crank Yankers is a comedy show. It used to be on. What happens is these certain people, actually Jimmy Kimmel, Adam Carolla, I think, and then I want to say Jimmy Kimmel was in it. I know for sure Adam Carolla was one of the regulars in it, and forget who all else. But what they would do is make real prank calls, and it'd just be something funny. They'd mess with people and when they got through making these crank calls, and they'd convert the calls into like a cartoon, or I don't know if I call it a cartoon, but more like a puppet kind of thing, whatever. Like a Muppet thing, or these characters, whatever. So there's one actually where Wanda Sykes did a crank call for them, and she basically calls this auto dealership. And you can find it all over YouTube too. It's just look for Crank Yankers, CRANK and then YANKERS. But then look for Wanda Sykes. And that's probably the funniest one. That one there, Wanda basically plays this like she dropped her car off for servicing or whatever at the dealership, and tells the guy at the dealership or whatever the service place was, say, there's a huge turd in the back of my car. And then trying to get him to tell him they need to get the shit the turd out of there and all that. It was the guy who was taking the call was laughing his ass off because he just thought it was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard. But John's calling me, but it's at I'm just about ready to park, so not a good time. So yeah, that's one of the really funny ones. There's another one with I can't remember if it was Adam Carolla or somebody else who was doing the call, but somebody who's asking, I think they called like a hardware store and were asking about caulk. Of course it's CAULK, that kind of caulk, for like tiles and stuff like that. But they made it like there was like a lot of sexual overtones to it or whatever, like with male genitalia. Like saying like, asking about different colors of caulk, and like, do you have any white caulk? And then asking like about the attributes about it, like how big it is, and or how much is it, whatever, or if they had any black caulk, and like how long is it, stuff. I was just laughing my ass off at that. Tandems didn't want to get over by the curb, so I'm gonna now they're finally over there, but after I had to roll forward so far to get them over there. Alright. I told you there'd be a shitload of Swifts here. That's why I was saying we shouldn't count these, because got at least 4 Swift bobtails there. There's a Swift right there at the intersection. There's the one that was just parked over here. Actually, you know what? I might, see, he's the one that just left. I might go ahead and get myself turned around for later. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and get turned around real quick. So I'm gonna park where he was at. Let go of my brakes. Alright, nobody around here, so yeah, that way it's easier. Yeah, I don't. When I'm ready to leave here, it's easier. Straight, come on. All right, then of course got that other Swift there at the corner with the yellow tractor. I think he's a local because I've seen that tractor before. Of course, most of these guys probably are because, come on. Zoom out, asshole. Oh, it's... No wonder, it thinks I'm in the chat box, I think. I can't seem to zoom back out. Alright, how much did you guys miss? I don't know how he got muted, but whatever. Damn it. Alright, so, yeah, you saw the other Swift coming down this way. Let me turn the camera around so you can see. Okay, that building right there is Church and Dwight. Yeah, that's the Church and Dwight warehouse, and Swift runs a dedicated account out of there, so they always have a whole bunch of trucks over there. And then further down the street over on the... over there on the left side by... I don't know if you can tell where that red bobtail is down that way. There's a JB Hunt facility over there. Or a facility that JB Hunt runs out of. Damn it. Come on. Again, it won't let me zoom. Ah. That damn. I don't get, like, when I swipe to zoom in, it seems to cause the microphone to mute. I can't figure out why it's doing that. So, because I just noticed when I switched back over to this view, it was muted again. Weird. But, alright. Anyway, yeah, my Dora's on her way here to come get me now, and, let's see, I'll be done for the day. Like I said, I deliver at 2 in the morning. I got to figure out what that facility looks like, and you know that. And, of course, it'll be in the middle of the night, so I might not go live tonight, and I'll probably still be in the middle of the night when I go over to Santa Clarita afterward. But imagine maybe when I go to dock in Santa Clarita, because it might be daytime by then, and I may stream that part as well as coming back out this way or something, because it's only a single pallet that I'm dropping in Santa Clarita, and then the next delivery is in LA at 6 the next morning. So that's what I have going on. Say the appointment time in Santa Clarita is 10 a.m. I figured I'll probably be there around 9ish. You know, unless they're willing to unload me earlier, even better. But we'll see. Yeah, I don't really plan on having anything else going on here, streaming wise, until tomorrow. I'll be out all day tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. You sound like I got a pretty long, busy day there tomorrow, Lisa. Yeah, I'm gonna go in the feed. I'm gonna get myself wrapped up and ready to get over to the house, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Appreciate you guys all hanging out and watching and interacting and all that. So, having my hair done in the morning. Okay. All right. Hey, you guys all take it easy. I'll see you maybe tomorrow. Okay. Peace.